Hello? What's up, boys? What's up? Good morning and welcome everybody to today's tier list and Sunday stream as always. Thank you so much for coming in and let's have a good day together. What's up, chat? How's it going? Good morning, everybody. How is life, ladies and gentlemen? What you up to? By the way, I would like to apologize for no stream yesterday. I already told you guys on Discord, but for the people that didn't see, my cat actually wasn't feeling well, so I had to bring her to the vet, and had to wait like a long time. So making sure she's okay, taking her medication. Long story short, she got some kind of a mild eye infection. She got some medication, and now 24 hours later, she's doing a lot better. So we're gonna monitor her next couple of days. If she stays like this, we will make sure to that's it. We're gonna stop the medicine and she's feeling better in like 2 days from now. That's the plan for now, at least. Anyway, thank you for coming in the stream though. I appreciate you. What's up? Hello, Nava. That's the thing with a 54 months. Very generous view. Welcome back. Matt Hunter, Kiara, welcome to the stream, guys, as always. What's up? How long would we play beta? Beta is gonna continue be on for at least month and a half? At least month and a half. That's about it. I'm doing pretty well. Thank you for asking, by the way, guys. I'm doing pretty well. For the most part, I am doing great. I was just a little bit anxious yesterday due to the cat, not being well, but hey, we got there, made sure she's good, she's feeling better. That's all it is, It's important. It's the first time I'm, combating such things for, cats, whatever. So just wanted to make sure we're good, and we good. We chilling. Anyway, let's go on, boys. Let's pump a little bit and see what's up. I've got my lovely tea here, as always. I cannot start the morning without some. Some nice tea to wake me up. Let's see who's here. Ooh, yo, want a game? Question mark. Still no class challenges. Guess it's gonna be tuning down, and then non-fun specs will stay non-fun. Well, not really yet. I think you can start speculating from next week. If by next week you don't see those changes being live, then yeah, that can very, very much be the case. Tea from a straw. It's like a big half a liter jar, and I drink from a straw because otherwise it's metal and it's very warm, My door is being opened because my cat likes to open the door. You know how it is, Dubs. We adapt. We adapt, my brother. Or a ghost. You would think so, my brother. You would think it's a ghost, but it's actually my cat just fucking around. Anyway, what you guys up to, by the way? What you guys gonna do on today? What is on the menu, I would say? What is on the menu? All went well with the setup upgrade. Sounds good. You ordered the 49. Oh, 49 inch monitor is, I think, it's too big, dude. Okay, so what are you gonna use that monitor for, Daps? Like, is it gonna be like purely gaming, or are you gonna watch movies on that monitor? Because if you're never gonna watch movies or play, I would advise you to yeah, to not really have this kind of a big, large monitor. All my life works on a PC. Yeah, that's fine, brother. That's fine. But still, the monitor is way too big, dude. I'm telling you, as somebody that uses computers for living, you know, like for me, the most optimal monitors are between 29 to early 30 inches. I would say 34 would probably be way better. 100%. You can just have two, you know? Yeah, I'm 100% two hands down for the 34. The ultra wide monitor is used for, let's say, work related. Like, for example, I have a buddy of mine who plays poker online, and he has like a very, I think like 41 inches monitor, and he has like a multiple online tables stacked, and it helps him. But if you don't use it this way, you know, I'd say smaller monitor is 100% better. It's also better for your eyes, so you don't have to go different directions all the time. My personal opinion, though, you can obviously do as you see fit. But yeah, for now that is. For now that is. Have 236, but I need them to work mostly. Sounds good, bro. If you can't see the whole screen by moving only your eyes 45 at most, it's too big. Yep. I'd say that's pretty understandable for the most part. At least I agree with that statement. I quite enjoy big burst, fast pace, proc playstyle. Only do mid-level keys plus 13-16, which haven't been good class to roll to. Do you consider like fun into what you just asked me, JCP, or do you just care about the powers and that's it? Because enjoying big burst, fast paced, proc playstyle, that to me sounds like enhance. Because Ellie is proc, not so much proc based. Ellie is fast paced and big burst, but doesn't have as much procs. Enhance has more procs. Samsung G8 OLED 34. That's amazing monitor, by the way. I've recently gifted my girlfriend OLED monitor like for Christmas, and I think it was also Samsung, and she really liked it. For now, which rogue pick is the best one in your opinion for M+? Ooh, that's actually a tough question, bro. Like, I thought about it for a while, and I was like, I would probably lean on I don't know. I feel like in the very high keys, it's probably Asa. But Supro can also do well because Sup has burst and Asa has a ramp up. But Auto has very consistent damage too, right? So I don't know. I mean, at this point, not really sure. Yes, today we're gonna do a new tier list because we've got already several changes in. And because we haven't done so in the past 2.5 weeks, so now we have better information, more builds that have been tested, so a lot of things have changed. Like, for example, 2 weeks ago we got the unannounced stealth nerf to Unholy Decay, which hasn't really been announced yet. Earlier this week we got some changes that will be soon implemented into beta as well, which we also consider. Yeah, I think that's it. He was gonna ask about Unholy Decay. Well, you can see the gameplay right now. Did you already export your UI? Of course, bro. Of course. Exclamation mark UI. I've made a video guide how to export my UI. It's for the most part it's pretty cool when you get to have a lot of information soaked up. Let me reset all the instances. What do we get in, dude? Arcane Subrogue. Fuck it, or what? Windrunner Spire. Let's go, dude. Did you reset when I was going in? I'm not sure. Have Windwalkers got a buff? Nope. Dark stream yesterday with Teros, and that did have a Windwalker among that blasted the key. Have not seen any such things. Yeah, it's all good, bro. Don't worry about it. I'll get it back in. When Walker was Dabneo. I mean, still, even Dabneo, that's great if he had done insane damage. You know, it's important to note. Um. I got Enjoying out of the fast APM type specs, which have a quite a good upfront burst. Yeah, that sounds to me like Ellie. Astra Enhance. I don't use Snap UI, so I'm not sure. I can't give you any advice on that one either. It's less smooth than a weak aura. I don't think. I mean, I think it's normal for them, in my opinion. Okie dokie, dude. When do you think they're gonna be adding more changes to the game? Hopefully very soon, bro. Hopefully very soon. Hoping to be very soon. I think everybody's waiting for those stuff. Everybody's waiting for more class changes. Including me. Do you plan to play some assets today after the holiday game? We could. I think this guy's playing Subrock, right? He's playing Subrock, has full crafted, he should do big damn. And he's playing the right build, Trickster Subrock. Perfect. 100k overall and plus 15, is that blasting? I personally wouldn't consider that blasting. Personally. But that's my personal opinion. Oh, we got a mage, right? Arcane mage. Alright, boys. We gathered up. I'm ready to go. Whenever you guys are ready to go, we start to smack. We start to schnackarone. Maybe the arcane wasn't good taken. How high of a key was it? Do you remember? I think we might see another class change with property patch. Also on the Holy for Midnight, both look nice, even enhanced on my list. I think there's a long time until we decide, dude. There's a lot of things you can actually... A lot of things can change. It was 17 key, got you. Alright, bro. Take a look later. I just look at gameplay. Damage doesn't inflict my decision. Got you, bro. Alright, dude. You know what they say, whatever floats your boat. Do you think those players are good? I don't have the I don't know the experience. They could be. It's better, you know. You never know how good somebody is or how bad somebody is. Well, obviously, if you know them from retail, then that's fine. One thing that I hate, dude. Unfortunate, couldn't ramp up here. Oh, did you pull all the green poopies? No, no. Fire says top DPS. Where? Where, my brother? Uh, I'm being very careful. This cat actually hurts. Have a nice day, you too, brother. You too, my man. I don't really have cooldowns here, but because I used them on a last pack. And maybe you shouldn't have used them last pack because we were playing only 3 mobs at a time. Yeah, this is the worst. I should have cooldowns here, but I don't. This is not even minor cooldowns. Lol. I fucked up. Yeah, I've got cooldowns late, so that's fine. Well done. Tier list in 3 hours from now? Yep. We're gonna be updating that tier list today. A lot of good topics to discuss. Nah, Holy is not hard. This arcade mage, I'm not sure what his experience is, guys. That's what I'm saying. Whenever you judge somebody's performance in Mythic Plus and Beta specifically, you have to know, like, his capabilities. Because by no means I'm a good DK. I never claimed to be a good DK. I'm not a DK main. So you get to see DK from like a casual player point of view, right? Because I'm not a DK main myself, right? Oh, casual player might be a little bit of a, you know, stretch for me. But not a DK main by any means. That's what I was trying to say, sorry. Nah, a lot of, like, last time we updated tier list on December 21st. A lot of things have changed, you know, until then. We found new builds for all classes. Unholy also got nerfed. Quite a few things have changed, so it's worth to discuss it. Oh, these tornadoes might be grief, by the way. Just be careful. Yep. Crazy title. My title might not have been updated. Let me take a look. Bad typer, that's true. Any chance we can see Havoc DH run today? Yeah, I can show you guys. We can play a bit of maybe Aldraki Havoc if people want to see that. And a bit of Azeroth as well, because people requested Azeroth. Absolutely. These guys have to remind me at the end of the runs which specs you want to see, so I can pop it for you. The tier list begins at 2 o'clock, as always. Yeah, I should have popped my minor cooldowns here. We got a BO, by the way. Good morning, guys. I need to check my YouTube title. I have no idea what I wrote. It should be the same on Twitch, but I need to check. For you, what is the STM melee class DPS for M plus right now? I don't think there's any S tier melee DPSers for M plus right now. Most of the S tier specs are unfortunately ranged. I'm not sure if that's what you wanted to hear, but unfortunately for you, they are ranged. Far away from gaming, but where are you from? Give it a guess, bro. What do you think, Hunt? When you hear me speak, where do you think I'm coming from? American? I'm not. I'm European. I'm almost sure Bulgaria. You're definitely on point, my brother. Absolutely. What the fuck? I thought you were Mexican? Nope. Petko's not Chinese. I'm not, bro. I know it's a prize for all of you. A shocking surprise. Try to get the big guy, because Caster is dying very quick. Can you ask about the experience of the rogue? Yeah, I can ask him after this. Who gives a fuck about rates? I do, genuinely. Obviously, Mythic Plus is a lot more interesting to me, but I do care about rates. This is really bad. The lady has a lot of HP, boys. Nah, never mind. So good. What's up, PTN? How's it going, boys? Yes, I am Bulgarian, guys. Born and raised in Bulgaria. Tierlist in 3 hours, yep. There's quite a few things to discuss today. Beautiful, lads. Thinking of getting a 4K monitor, but it's only 60 FPS. Is WoW M Plus playable on that? Yeah, you're fine, bro, but I would prefer lower. I prefer 2K, but higher FPS. My refresh rate on this monitor is 360. And it's insane. Higher refresh rate, better for gaming. Obviously, you cannot see it on stream, but I can see it myself. Like, this stream is broadcasted on 1080. Even if I have 4K monitor, you cannot see the difference because I stream on 1080. If I did stream on 2K resolution, there's gonna be a large chunk of you that would not be able to see the stream because your computer might not be able to handle a stream. So that's why I stream on 1080, so everybody can see it. Even if your computer is like 20 years ago, you can still see it. The man of the people. Oh, I certainly try to cater to as many people as possible, so you guys don't feel excluded, you know. Could not extend my shit. Oh, are we lagging? Yeah, we're lagging. Lag? Question mark? Yeah, 500 ms. 500 ms. Yeah, I'm lagging, boys. Okay, now I think it's better. $4K is giga nice. It is. How did you guys get schnacked? Guys, make sure to kill the ads. Thank you. Once the ads are dead, the boss gets back to his normal shit. But before you kill them, there will be they will pain in the ass, dude. Uh, go on the ads. Go on the ads. Nice. Perfect. That's what I needed to see. I'm gonna pop coolies later and kill the boss anyway. Don't worry about it. As long as it's like under 20% for execute. Actually, doesn't Holy have execute without playing my Soul Reaper? I don't think so, right? Okay, that was actually pretty close. What UI are you using? NFUI does not work for me on beta. I use my own shit. I use several add-ons together. Exclamation mark UI. I even exported my UI for everybody. Got it, champ. I think if you go here for the first time, you should probably do this key on lower key. Just to learn what the boss does. Personally. Fortunate has no cooldowns during the list. No potion as well. No CR. Do you want to finish the boss or do we just die? Because we're gonna fight it for a long time. I mean, we can kill it for sure. Finish? Okay. No problem. It's just gonna take a while. Okay, we cannot finish it now. Just die, I guess. What is that dot from the cute the mage? He just didn't clear a debuff. That's all. Probably. We can probably solo it. I think Unholy is doing great for the next season. I mean, it does not look like a meta DPS, unfortunately, because it got nerfed so many times. But it looks amazing. Like, if you ask me about the gameplay, right? You don't care about power. The gameplay of Unholy is so fucking good, bro. I don't know what they did. I mean, I know what they did, but whoever redesigned Unholy is a goat. Great stuff there. Absolutely loving the gameplay. One of my favorite melees to play right now. And keep in mind that I don't really like to play melees as much. You're more interested in the gameplay? Yep. Oh, in that case, you're gonna love it, bro. I can't guarantee you how it's gonna end up being at the end of the season. But at least to me, it looks pretty interesting so far. %80 of the rotation Scorching Strike. It depends. Wait, I can just AMS that? Wait a second. I don't even have to go upstairs. I can just AMS it. Okay, I need to try later. What the fuck? In that case, I don't have to play this boss mechanic ever. Hold on, boys. Well done, lads. Hi, Petco. Can you confirm Arm's cleave animation is actually a cleave animation with fervor of battle instead of fucking a regular slam on male orc? It literally ruins my enjoyment. Visually, I'm not 100% sure. I think it is the cleave animation. I'm like 90% sure that. You can put this question to Warrior Discord, by the way. SJW. Just put it to Warrior Discord. Alright, Chad, do you guys want to see Havoc or do we try Asarok or Subrogue? Because people asking before that for us and Sub. What do you guys want to see better? Would you like to see Asarok, Subrogue, or do we try Havoc or Draki next? We've got 2 people for Havoc, 3 people for Havoc, 1 person for Subrogue. I'm going to give you like 20 more seconds to answer it. Okay, let's do Havoc. More people ask for Havoc, so we're gonna do Havoc. I'll log in on Havoc then. Let's go here. We do roll clearer, boys. The Havoc community was stronger. We can do Havoc now, and then we can do after this Subroke. And we can do Asa after, you know, back to back. No, Windwalker hasn't really got any changes today. When am I gonna be doing Devastation? Whenever people want to. Is this the Havoc? This is Havoc Fails card. Chat, do we do Fails card or do we do Aldraki? What are you guys more interested in? Or you don't care? Aldraki, okay. Alright, we can do Aldraki. To be honest with you, I like Aldraki better. From a purely gameplay point of view. I'm not talking about powers, just purely gameplay. I think Aldraki is cooler. They're most tough to play around here. I really don't like to play with the puzzle box. Is there a possibility to not play with that puzzle bullshit box? Can I play something else instead? Any other good unused trinket, chat? We haven't gotten class changes. I mean, we got some minor class changes this week, but not a major one that we're waiting for. Am I already happy for next season? Hell yeah, dude. Is Devourer interesting to play? I don't find Devourer interesting to play, personally. I think it's a little bit on a boring side, but that's just me. A lot of things can happen to change that opinion. I just need a little bit of practice. What secondary stats did DH went? Was it critical strike? I think so, right? I think it was crit. What's my main options? I'm gonna main El Shaman. Well, that's for sure. How do you expect Havoc self-healing to be on live? In like self-sustain with the leech? Insane, dude. The best. Okay, we need to remove the... I don't need to see that shit. Unlock a little bit. I thought about trying, but I guess maybe next time. Did you play BM after the mini buff? Yes, we did. That mini buff is not active yet on beta though. It will soon be, but not yet. Ilu, I don't mind. Go whichever key you like. We can try something new. I don't know. Let's try Pit. Pit question mark? I don't mind, bro. You choose the key. We game. Would you say preparing both the Restoration Shaman and Druid would be safe bet if I want to play STR specs Midnight? I don't like to say safe bet, but as of now, just looking things as of now, yeah, I mean, right, they appear to be the best in my opinion. Arcane got some changes, yeah, that's true. They did. Midnight season. What the fuck was that? What the hell was that? Opa. Hmm. I think um you're the only one that do high keys. I mean, I don't consider 17 a high key, but sure thing. Does Blood Decay have Army of the Dead? No. What's the lunch for today? For today lunch is homemade horse sausage, 3 eggs from the farm, local farm, some cheese, and some bell pepper. That's it. But I'm gonna eat that once I've got my tea. I've also got some chickpeas. Yeah, horse is pretty commonly met meat here, I'd say. You don't consider 20 highs? Only on retail. On beta right now, anything above 19 is high. Where am I from? Bulgaria. Great day for American football yesterday. If anybody watched, I don't really watch American football, but I know a few teams. I know the Buccaneers. I know the Patriots. Which other ones should I know? The Bears. Wait, where are the Bears from? Where are the Bears from? 49ers? Oh, I've heard of 49ers. Chicago? Oh. When I think about Chicago, I think about Chicago Bulls. You know, the basketball team. The infamous Chicago Bulls team from like the late 90s, early 20s. We will have the Jivo crafting recipe for adding sockets again, probably. Probably. Hello, Zero. Good morning, dude. Welcome to the stream. How about Devourer? What about Devourer? You want us to Devourer DH? We can show that a bit later. Devourer DH, if I gotta be quite frank with you, kind of pisses me off, man. It kind of pisses me off. At times. There's only one OP trinket right now, and that is this one. Gaze of the Unseen. It looks to be the most busted trinket so far. Everybody is playing it. I think it drops from the rate. 1 second. Um, let me check. No, it doesn't drop from raid. What? Oh, this caster trick is also very good. That gives mastery. Where does it drop from? Radiant Plum is also okay trinket. It's not a bad one. Oh, it drops from the Dream Rift. Wait, is that a boss? Is that a world boss? The Dream Rift, Chimerios the Undimmed. No, it's not a world boss. No. So it drops from the Dream Rift. This trinket is insane. One boss raid, got you. Why does Devour piss you off? Because you're outside of cooldown damage is so bad. During cooldowns, like the spec is good on high level keys and if you pull actually big, but on your average level keys it's gonna be so bad. Crazy bad. I think the whole gameplay of Devour should be revisited and actually talked about. Also, once you cancel your once you swap target with collapsing star, it also sucks big time there too. So quite a few frustrating things if I gotta be honest on Devourer. Yeah, Roxas, maybe I can put it this way, sure. Mastery activated trinkets is what Devastation loves to see. Is there any other class that uses different parameter stats between specs like Devourer, Intellect? Yes, Balance Druid with Pharaoh Druid. Enhanced with Elemental. Devour is the new old Unholy Decay, gotta be high keys and pull massive. Not really. I wouldn't say that. How cursed is Unholy Decay? I wouldn't say it's cursed. I think Unholy Decay has seen its fair share of changes, and I would not say cursed at all. Do you think they would have fixed this? We hope so. There's still quite a bit of time until the release of the expansion, so I'm sure they would have fixed a lot of things. What is your opinion on Devastation Evoker gameplay wise? I feel like your city window is very fun. I think a lot of people right now love it because of the priority target damage you can do as a Devourer Dragon with Pyre and shit like that. Is there any killer trinket that works like Silk one from Season 3? I'm not sure. Best melee right now is survival. Nah, if I have to go with one melee, I'm gonna go with like if you like asking me about power, so you're asking me about like fun wise, etc. What you asking me about? That's good. I think I'm gonna dive in midnight like 1-2 weeks after release, so most of the balance issues are resolved. Got you, bro. Yeah, better. That's a good way of putting it, by the way. I agree with that. Devour is like farming your city and spending on bigger packs. But the problem with Devour is even if you play, like if you play small, let's say 4 or 5 mobs at a time, doesn't matter. Your damage is still gonna suck, because in between the pulls you're gonna do no damage, and during your cooldowns your damage cannot be justified because it's not like combustion fire mage. It's worse. And the gameplay loop is simplistic, which is fine. But the quality of life changes to this pick is needed. Like, for example, Void Ray being locked all the time one place, and if you have to cancel it, you lose a lot of stuff because of the final tick gives you the big dam with fronto, you know. I mean, all this kind of stuff is frustrating. You gotta cancel Collapse and start, boom, it's gone now, you know. The class is definitely doesn't play well. Like, rotationally, Devourer does not play well. The only fun aspect about Devourer is that mobility is insane. Like, this spec has Void Blade Gap Closer, the Hunt Gap Closer, you've got Triple Shift, which is kind of a blink, and you also have Retreat. So you cannot catch him. You can, like, whatever you do, this spec cannot be catched. There's so much kiting potential, it's crazy. And also double jump, you know, if in case you need that too. Power-wise, base melee right now, we're gonna update a tier list in like 2 hours from now. I'm sure you're gonna learn a lot about it. I don't understand why I bought this expansion. I don't care about housing new classes. Shit. I gotta wait until for the tuning though. We haven't had a chance to get our tunings yet. Hi people, after way too many breaks, I want to finally pick a true main. I really enjoyed 2 classes, DH and Paladin. Historically speaking, which one performs better in PvE and PvP? Good question. Historically speaking, I think from a purely casual point of view, Retribution and Paladin have done better. DH had bigger heights than Retribution Paladin, but less frequent. I was went to probably in like 2 years from now, 3 years from now. I'll say that. Yeah, I know, Blubby. I know. Same thing. I've also tested it on this kind of high key levels, and it did pretty well. For the most part, I did fantastic damage output. Assuming you played the right build though. Assuming you played the Chinese build. Like, before that build got discovered, BM was so fucking bad. But after that build, it is doing pretty good. I'm really enjoying my Element Show and Blood Routine Harvesters Midnight expansion as well. I hope you enjoyed it. Whenever, by the way. Whenever you're ready, we're ready. Hello, Boat Ellie Pumper. I wasn't paying attention to the chat. What the hell? Maybe, Blubby, maybe. Do you think it would be possible to go normal dimensions for toy once midnight releases? Not sure. I don't. Maybe. I think Highlander Shaman is great. Rhodium main DH Valor is gonna get better. I would like to main it, or still need to stay on normal DH. I think it's too early to say that. For now, it does not look promising, but that's for now though. Things change very rapidly on beta, so we need to monitor the situation week by week and then see what's up after that. I think that's gonna be my, my advice here for you. I know it's not what you like to hear, but it's probably for the best. Why this spec does no damage? Who said that? Who said that, bro? We do big damage. Okay, the private damage is also good. It feels like pressing way too many buttons to do more damage. Wow. I don't like to say it this way, dude. What the helly? That's not exactly how I like to put it. Oh, I'm lagging. Guys, can you kill this bat? Look at this piece of shit. Beat his ass, bro. What is he doing? Don't have demon bite on your bars, open your spellbook. Thank you. I don't even, I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't even cast it, bro. Because all the time I'm full in focus. I mean, aren't you supposed to cast it only when you have, for example, nothing? Or am I wrong? Yeah, maybe actually you're right on a pure single target. On a pure single target, if I have nothing else, I can just press it. But I feel like in AoE, I never ever cast Demon Bite anyway. Right? Or am I delusional? Am I a DH main? I'm not, bro. So a DH main can do better? Yeah, I can. Of course they can. Is your prior damage great? Yep. Hello, Rob. Good day, brother. Good day to you as well. Why are you always so positive? Why the fuck would I be negative? Why are you not positive? What's the point of being negative in life, dude? Imagine being negative Nancy all the time. That's not fun. You won't be fun around such person. Be a negative Nancy, bro. I'll tell you that much. No games from negativity? Of course there's none. You were born in out, you can change it, bro. Leave Nancy alone, alright, bro. Alright, buddy. I mean, you know what I was trying to say, right? I wasn't trying to disrespect Nancy or anything like that. We should go. We haven't done any bosses actually. We can do something later. Oh, playing more. Wait. Go back, guys. Go back. Friend is playing more. Okay. You were alone there, by the way. Wipe.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
What put you up to yesterday? Oh, I wrote on Discord. Unfortunately, the no stream yesterday was due to my cat. My cat was not feeling well, so I needed to bring her to the vet, and the wait time was such a long time. And by the time I came home, it was already too late to stream. So I was like, all right, fuck it, I'm gonna stream tomorrow. The poor kitty wasn't doing well, bro. How could I start the stream knowing my cat was bad? You know, I could not do that to her. She's my little baby, dude. That's why I can never trust people that hate animals or hate cats or dogs. This is to me crazy. How can you hate animals, bro? Like, what kind of human do you have to be to hate animals? Or hate cats? Or hate dogs? Yeah, she's all good and fixed, by the way. Don't worry about it, guys. Thank you for that concern. She's all good. She's got some medication and 100% better. That's why I'm back on streaming. We got Bossy. Do. It seems like Havoc has good single target. That was not single target. That was like 4 or 5 targets. Uh, on a high level, Keys Havoc most definitely feels a little better though. Do you guys know how long would this debuff stay? Like my Troglyph being empowered to River Glaive. How long would it stay? Or is it like permanently? Can I go, like, can I pre-stack this before a dungeon? That would be cool as fuck. Until I use it. Gotcha. So, can I stack it before a dungeon? Anybody knows? Uh...
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Mleczna aura, Fury Field, Draki, Troglyph, Wooden Quarry. Orbs are easier to reset? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, those debuffs wasn't as good. I could have done better debuff myself. Could have placed it a bit further myself. Do you personally think the guy fixed Devourer? Most likely yes, because it's the feature of the new expansion. I don't think Blizzard's gonna leave the expansion to be bad or anything like that. I think for the most part. Why is everybody starting to play Discount Beta? I'm not sure. Because probably they got bored out of Restoration Druid, for the most part. Probably. I mean, I would assume that's the reason. Okay. Try a different key. Let me become rogue. We can go different key. Can I tell which DPS pack could be met in midnight? Way too early, my brother. Way too early for that. Possibly end of February we should have a better idea. I think Fury is amazing Mythic Plus. And Arms actually doesn't do that bad. So yeah. I vote for thumbs up on all of those. Let me go Rogue now, chat. Do we play a bit of Super Rogue or do we play a bit of Asa first? What do you guys want to see first? How are you guys feeling? Asa, okay. We can do Asa first into Sub later. But do keep in mind that my Asa Rogue and Sub Rogue is not exceptional. I'm still learning to get better on both specs. So don't judge too harshly. Okay. I can certainly do better, but I'm still, in the process of like learning to get better. How good is Outlook do you think for you? The Outlook consistent damage is great. So I'd say for the most part, I like how the Outlook plays like. Certainly, you are at disadvantage at some point. At some times. Therefore, who pre-made back? Unfortunately. I wanted to brew Windwalker, but if they don't buff Windwalker, I think I have to go Prot Warrior. Sounds about right. Sounds about right, my brother. We can do Academy if you like. Try Academy maybe. Or Seed. Or Mesara. Or Magister. Better. Most fun millispec right now? Probably Unholy. Probably Unholy, to be honest with you. Do a seat in the terrace. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. How about this Moonwalker Monk right now? Not amazing, brother. Little bit of a shambles. Bit of a shambles situation I've been in. Seat. Let's get it. Let me check my breakfast real quick, chat. See what I'm gonna do. I wanna do brew and walk, but if they don't buff monk, might not be the best thing. Sure. Trying to say what to each pick half the menu and plus menu. I'm gonna make things like this for you guys easier to choose what to main very soon. I'll make a spreadsheet about it. Oh. All right, boys. It's time for the breakfast. Let's eat it. Horse sausage, chickpeas, peppers, and 3 farm eggs. This gives you the highest testosterone boost you guys can get. Dude, horse sausage is great. What do you mean? Hello, I hope you feel good. You too, brother. Never better here. Never better. Let me think. I don't know. For me, I like Paladin now better than Devourer. But Havoc is more fun than Retribution, 100%. Havoc Eldraki is pretty fun. That's my opinion though. Hardest pick to play right now? Maybe Totemic and Hans. I think that probably. I mean, you asked me what is the hardest pick for me. I answered it, and now you're arguing with me. That's my opinion, you know. That's based on what I'm playing and how the class I think are doing, you know. That's all. Adams, Fury has a lot of Arcane has a lot of things to min max as well. That is correct. What does it make hard? Better buttons to press. It's like piano spec. No downtime. Even more piano than Fury. I'm extremely happy about the LMT totem. Voltic Blaze much better. Yes, Rap. It's okay, Tane. You good, bro. Don't worry about it. You good. All Gucci. Boys, look at this. Look at this. I show you something. Watch this. This is a runny egg. See that? Watch this. A runny egg. Farm runny egg. This shit is fucking blasting. It's runny eggs is so good, dude. Mmm. Mmm. Guys, this is your sign. Get some runny eggs. It's absolutely insane how tasty they are. Build salt. That's it. What about asking if you could try Hans? We could. People requested Rogue though. So now we gotta play as a Rogue, sub Rogue later. Can do Hans after that. I'm ready. Hard eggs and winners. Hard egg, I don't know. For me, runny eggs are better. Oh yeah, runny eggs with toast to dip. Amazing, amazing. That's a huge W. Is there a shaman spell you wanna make a comeback from the days past? Yes, I would like to. I would like to make sure Deity comes back. Thank you. Make Deity come back. Why did they take it away, bro? ¿Por qué? I don't understand. This is actually really bad. Alright. Whenever you play with Astaroth, you most definitely would like to finish the pack before you go forward. Or at least... whatever. Okay, it's all good. Don't worry. I can make it work. If the mob is like very low HP, you can just kill it though. If it's high HP, then you can chain. Uh... Ta-da-da-da. Why is this guy jumping on me all the time? By that interesting? Oh, that was so close. Okay, we killed it. Never mind. It's all Gucci. Getting beat by a prot party? Where? Where? Yeah, Og is insane in my opinion. In my humble opinion, augmentation is absolutely broken. Hmm. Kill this lot, man. Yeah, whenever it's like one guy with low HP, we can always like kill it first and then chain. One, two, application. One, two. Now they have full dots. And they will die very easily. With cooldowns ramping. Hello, dude. People requested us a rogue. And you know that I deliver. When people ask about something, you know me. This is absolutely no CDs now, though. I'm trying to kill the proud target. Almost dead. Okay, next pack I have big cities. Next pack will get deleted. Nah, we only play DPSers, we don't play healers. There are different streamers that play healers. 1. Oh, I'm lagging, bro. You kidding me? Only during my burst, I'm gonna lag now. 400 MS. Yeah, I don't see anything.
Only the strongest survive.
Okay, dude. During my cooldowns, I'm gonna start lagging and I'll die. Perfect. Which gameplay do you like better? Alpha, Outlaw, Sub, or 100% Outlaw? Not even close. I think so. Uh, 1, 2. Only thing that sucks about Orc is if you lose DPS on boss, they have no battle rest, you just screwed. Correct. Also has much easier dot application windows, which I quite like, I must say. Where is Zero Cool to stream Master Oak? I have no idea, bro. The Crimson Tempest now being a builder instead of a spender, it kind of feels weird at the beginning, but you just eventually get used to it. Focus seems to be very bad. At times only. This guy is melting, boys. Finally. Okay. Um, it must be frustrating to play. Not really. I think once Ilyu understands how to play around Asarok, it should be fine. It just takes some practice. I mean, do keep in mind that I am not a good Asarok, right? I am still learning. You just try to out DPS me. Ah, I see. I think to play with Asarok is quite annoying. I'm saying it from a DPS point of view. It's really annoying to wait around. Oh, kill this one mob and then restore. It kind of is annoying. I mean, although it got better though, it most definitely got better in midnight. It's still annoying to play around. Because chaining all the time when mobs are low HP is always gonna be better for the team. You don't need restore. I know you don't, but you still gain advantage of having a restore. Your shit still does more damage, you know? Any update to the enhanced at all? There hasn't really been any changes for enhanced, if that's what you're asking me right now. Which is never, yep, you're right. Oh, lag spike. It's never worth to wait for a restart unless you're fighting like a singular mob and that mob is about to die. In any other case, you should not. Okay, maybe before the important boss fight as well. That's... oh, we need more count. Energy starvation is a big issue with this spec. Correct. Do I get more energy ticks if I have, for example, more mobs dotted with rapture? No, right? More raptures means more agility, which means more damage, but I was just asking about the energy. And what could I do to actually have better energy management? Uh, Holy shit. Okay, the executor of this bad boy is actually not a joke. Read the Apex talents. Yeah, I know about the energy there. I know. Looks like Asa is very weak. Nah, I just cannot play well Asa. A good Asa can do significantly better than what I can do. You should let the Venom buff expire. It gives energy, and I think the percentage energy is bigger than if you had more than Venom buffs during the window. Yeah, but it cannot. Sure, that makes sense. But then you cannot hold. You cannot stack 7 combo points and wait for the buff to expire just to Avis after that. This boss sucks. Wait a second. That's called blasphemy, bro. No, don't lose now. Oh, that was pretty bad, bro. Should have lost it inside the intermission. That's fine, I guess. Oh, you misclicked it. No, never mind then. Okay, it's all good. No, I thought you casted it on purpose. We missed something. Oh, we missed the upstairs one. What the fuck did I miss that one? I think I was in that one, no? How did I even miss it? Alright, boys. You're kidding me. During the burst phase is gonna disconnect me? You are kidding me, bro. Lol. Yeah. Well, I guess that's my bad experience here. Yeah. That was unexpected. I'm coming back. GG, yeah, it's okay though. A little bit unexpected. Try to rest me if you can. Thank you, bro. Sorry, guys. I came back just right on time, boys, to send this guy to the Shadow Realm forever. Is it the King's Bane? Yeah, it's the King's Bane. I actually have Fat King's Bane. Black Spike bugged out a Tank Buster. Lol. Okay. I need to practice a bit more Asarock for sure. Let's play the Subrock new build. That's that is something. Let's try out Subrock new build. When I say new build, I mean the Trickster build. Sorry, should I be more specific? The Trickster build. And see how I like that one. Surely they're gonna fix stuff before launch, of course. Of course they will. You wait a couple of seconds after you drop Envenom to attack. Got you. Alright, dude. I'll take that one as a feedback and I'll try to get better, bro. My cat is here. She expects scratches. Come here. She comes in the room, she meows, and she runs away. Alright, bro. Like, then why exactly you come in the room? How is Frostmage so far? Frostmage is the best DPS, or one of the best DPSers so far in beta, and it plays very smooth. I think the overall tuning of Frostmage is a bit off. It's way too overtuned so far. I think that's like one of the few things that I would love to see in a Frostmage being tuned properly. Icelands also seems a bit underwhelming too. Broken Limit, yeah. Is that in-game music or is that a Heroes 3 soundtrack? What do you think? Do you think WoW is capable of producing such a masterpiece? I very much doubt so. Maybe they were able to years ago, but now, bro, hell nah. is the one and only, my friend. One of the childhood games that I used to play, you know? I like to listen to that soundtrack from time to time to remember the days. Not Pit. Let's do... He wanted to do Magister Terrace. We did Pit earlier. We can do Magister Terrace, bro. Queue up. Let's see what's up. Horizons 08. I used to spam heroes. My uncle WOG version was around 12 years old. Well, the new Heroes of Might and Magic comes out later this year, and it's rumored to be a replica of what the original 3 used to be. Slightly updated graphics though, so I'm definitely gonna give it a try myself. Are the trinkets so bad this season that you're using the PvP trinket as sub-rogue? Actually, a good reminder. Let me take a look, because I couldn't find a good I could not find a good sub-rogue trinket. Nothing really, like, I mean, this is a good passive trinket to have, but like as an active trinket, I don't know what to use. Yeah, I just need a good minute and a half trinket that there's just none. I mean, there's one that gives me haste on use. Haste is so bad, man. I don't know, boys. I can here is the 1.5 minute trinket. Isn't haste the best for sub-rogue right now? I have no idea, actually. It could be. Arcan people are using the plume and the gaze. Is that for sub-rogue shitty? Shiz? Bro, you're... I was just gonna call you Shizo, because your name sounds like Shizni. Okay. We can do plum, bro. We can do plum. Give it a try, bro. Let's see what's up. When are they gonna start with the tier list update? We're gonna talk about the tier list update in like an hour from now. Haste increases shadow dance duration. Got you. I do need a name change. Yeah, bro. You definitely have to. You definitely have to, bro. You can call yourself Schnitzel. That's better. There's a demo out for the new home. It's quite good. First impression looks like 5, but game design is close to 3. Really? I would say game design is like pretty good. I think it's coming later in the year, by the way, not fixed, and I will 100% get advantage of that and give it a try myself, you know? I think it would be cool. Am I still maining Shaman the next expansion? Of course. I will. It seems like you're one of the few streamers, if not the only one, that goes live every day to play WoW instead of actually waiting to play Classic WoW. I mean, I'm not the only beta streamer. There's a lot of people playing beta. And I wanna say that right now. A lot of folks are playing beta. It's just that I feel beta has been just way too long, bro. Like beta has been like for 4 months now, you know. Oh, it's gonna be around 4 months. Yes, the updated tier is in an hour. By using Plater or Platinator. Right now Platinator, but I'm gonna switch to Plater once we get the launch of the expansion. Able to change the color of nameplate for custom mobs. There is an add-on that allows you, but they've already confirmed it's gonna get likely removed soon. So, but there's currently an add-on like that on beta. There's just no point using it because I know it's gonna get removed. No point to put my hopes up for that. Who wants sign a petition to make Devastation DH collapse instead not to lose souls till the end of the cast? I would love to do that, dude. It fucking sucks sometimes to happen to you. I know that firsthand, my friend. I know that firsthand. Is really Windwalker Monk that bad? I mean, compared to the rest of the specs, you're not doing amazing. I'll tell you that much. You ain't doing amazing, brother. Tuning a thing or class design? Probably tuning thing. Yeah, I mean, class design could also obviously get better, but tuning is something that should happen 100%. 100%. Right now, a little bit of a bad state. I would love that not to be the case, however. And maybe soon enough, it won't be. We just need to stay a little bit more hopeful that they will actually do something about it. You ready? Okie dokie. The survival hunter look good. Like design wise and tuning wise, I think survival so far is my favorite hunter spec. Although I must say, I forgot to put poisons. Oh, fuck it. I need to put the auto poison a bit later. It's fine. Why did we list that though? Death Evoker has a Consume Flame bug, but he's also playing with a PI right now, so his burst is even more exceptional. It must be intended when they didn't fix it that long. Yeah, maybe you're right, bro. Only one way to find out. Wait until they put some blue notes. Right now, we're just guessing, dude. And if it's actually intentional, this is gonna be so good for Devastation. It will likely make Devastation meta, to be honest with you. Cannot match the burst of Devastation. Not really, bro. Not really. What the fuck? Why you grip me away, brother? Disable that button. Immediately. Are you sure he's getting the PI? Who? The Devastation Evoker? 100% sure, bro. Rogue looks nice to play. It's okay. Is this Rogue on the stream? No. No need to pop cooldowns, he's dead. Ooh, we can release here. What's up, more power? Thank you for the generous support, bro. No. Not on this big pool I get fucking lag spike, bro. I swear to you. No, this is criminal. Why is lag spikes happening? Jesus, no. Fix beta, bro. No, this was like 550 ms spike. It happens for like a minute, then it's gone. Favorite or respect to play Outlaw. Yeah, we can see how it has a bit later. I don't feel like playing more millies, but we are already playing Rogue. We are already playing Rogue, so when will Blizzard implement more class changes? No idea, bro. Soon TM. I clear first, okay. The prot power in single target burst is insane. Rest the man whenever. Should have waited a bit more for double charge Shadow Dance. That's my bad. People saying the game is dead now. I hear the same comments every single year. Every single year, people will say the game is dead. The same comments. And I always answer the same thing. If people does not like the game, you can always not play it. I remember that. Yeah, exactly. I should have healed my dance there. Pubi, you're 100% correct. Because I could have had double dance during the blades. Perpetual class gonna be it like in PTR? Not really, because you don't really have apex talents. I mean, you do, but you don't have talents to make them. Because you need level 90 to enable all of them. Didn't Blizzard go out and say they have several million people playing regularly? I think yes, but that's also including Classic WoW though. And I'll tell you something, yeah. Classic WoW is really popular. So, a ton of folk is playing there. A huge ton. Yeah, Bass, I agree with that. 9 million active accounts in November. That's insane. Is that including all regions? I would assume yes. Is that assuming all regions? I'm not sure. I think the reason why people love Classic WoW so much one of them is because of leveling, I guess. Hmm. Oh. This guy absolutely schnacked me, bro. Yeah, cities for Davo? Nah, but it's fine. But the Devastation Evoker maybe has. Why is the rotation so boring? Oh, I fucked up my blades again, bro.
Only the strongest survive.
And I died during blades. Fuck. Everybody has their own fun with the game, of course. Crowd control and casting like sap one caster? I can't sap it, bro. Can't sap. Do you have UI to download in beta? Exclamation mark UI, my brother. Made a video yesterday about the UI to be exported for everybody. I've never received higher rated video ever on YouTube. Like out of the 200 people that have used thumbs up, all of them are positive. I've never seen that in my life. I've never had 100% liked video ever on YouTube. This gotta be the first one probably for the past 5 years that I've uploaded YouTube videos. This gotta be the first one ever. Has 8 downvotes. On my screen, on my dashboard, it has 100% like rate. on my YouTube dashboard. Is that a plugin you're using maybe? Unless somebody downvoted in the last 1 hour. It is possible. I need to check. Oh, I'm lagging by the way. Yeah, this is split 8 targets, split 5 targets. It's really not amazing. Using an add-on. Yeah, plugin I mean. The boss got bugged out. I thought the same thing, by the way. Wait, I started? That doesn't make any sense. I redirected all the aggro to you and I still got aggro. Why do you track backstep in a Quora manager? No particular reason. Just so the buttons won't do as empty. Only having 4 stuff to track. You don't have to track it if you don't like to. Just nothing really to track, you know. You don't need that pack, by the way. Oh fuck! Dead skip. Vanish. If you're in combat, die. If you're in combat, die. Okay, everybody's in combat. Ah! Common point generator should be Shadow Strike on a win. Finish your secret technique into black powder. I only use I only use Eviscerate once I get my Coup de Grace proc, otherwise it's Black Powder. I think on 2 targets... No, I lied to you. On 2 targets, I Shadow Strike into Black Powder. And if I don't have Stealth, I use Shuriken Storm into Black Powder. And I only ever cast Eviscerate with the Coup de Grace. That's pretty much my... that's pretty much my intuition. Again, I'm not a sub-rock main. I'm 100% confident I could have done better, by the way. I could have done better. Like, if I didn't have low slag spikes, didn't die, at least 10-15% more damage could have done. Which I actually unironically think that sub-rock is, for the most part, you will feel more rewarding to play. Like, the play style is a lot more swift compared to the sleeper fuck. What's that shit? Oh, Asarok, sorry. Asarok is a little bit more slow playstyle. I like it better than Asa. Saburok is also instantaneous damage. Wow, Asa is like ramping up. A lot more annoying to play as well. When they're gonna start the tier list update in like 30 minutes from now. Any chance to see Pharaoh key? Zero chance, brother. Once they buff it, we play a lot of Pharaoh. But hasn't been any Pharaoh change for a while, and it's pretty down bad, I would say. Hello, Oda. Good morning. Yesterday I was Dabney playing Monk in beta, and he was 13 damage. 13 damage outside of 3 DPS. It's fucking hard to achieve, bro. Holy shit. Wait a second now. Holy fucking shit. 13 damage out of 3 people. You guys sometimes are fucking kidding me, yeah? You guys sometimes are kidding me. Pulling my buttocks. My bollocks. Can you test on it with dummy shadow strikes 2 cleaves? 1 second. Show Nemo Town. Oh, okay. There we go. Auto attacks, Unseen Blade, and Coup de Grace also strike up to 7 nearby enemies for 75% of normal damage while Flawless Form is active. By the way, do you know on how many targets do you ignore Coup de Grace over Black Powder? Do you know that, by the way, Puppy? Top tier heroes at moment beta. A restoration rate right now looks to be the best. He always coop. Okay, thank you guys. Yeah, I've always cooped as well, but just wanted to make sure I'm not an absolute baboon. Okay, that's all. Just wanted to make sure. Cause at times I could be an absolute baboon. You never ignore it. Alright. Ilio, you know what? I'm gonna take a small break because we were supposed to start here soon. Actually, you know what? If we do one quick key, I can do one more. But like super quick. Think about it, the quickest key. Maybe Meisara is a quick key. Oh, I actually don't know what's the quickest key. If you do one quick key, we can actually do one more. Love your content and the work you put in videos. Basically, only watch your videos to get an overview. Wow, because it's simply best. Thank you, bro. Thank you, Zen. It's a lot to me. Thank you, good sir. Is the outlaw buff really impactful? The Sinister Strike, apparently it's not outlaw buff. It's nothing. The Sinister Strike, what it does is it pretty much guarantees you the low level shit to do more damage. The low level Sinister Strike is not really outlaw buff though. It's just really stupid. We all got baited, don't worry about it. You're not the only one. We all thought, oh shit, they're increasing the, you know, where they're increasing the damage of Seamless Strike Outlaw. Outlaw's gonna be insane, this and that, and it turns out to be a scam ass. We pretty much got scammed. That's what I'm trying to say. We pretty much got shikaboom, shikamas, bada boom, bada bam. You have a girlfriend? Yes, sir. I have one for the past 3.5 years. Happily together. There'll still be votes, Chris, in pre-batch. Yes, but there are gonna be votes for the old season. No kid so far. No payoff. No kid. I read right now that Bulgarians are not reproducing enough. I think, genuinely speaking, Europe has a declining birth rate. I don't think it's only in Bulgaria. I mean, I do plan to have kids. Most definitely, yes. Of course, we do plan to have kids together. My partner. But I don't have yet. Thank you, Puff. I'll make sure. Do I think one day they're gonna make WoW 2? What do you guys think? Do you think that eventually they're gonna make WoW 2, or do you think they're gonna keep on printing expansions? Because I think at some point, specifically after the last Titan expansion, they're probably gonna make some major rework. Because they did hint that's gonna be the last expansion we know of. So probably yes. But then again, hey, sometimes you never know, bro. Sometimes you never know. There's zero chance they'll make it. Well. Seems like you guys are non-believers, huh? Nah, it will be fine, dude. Trust. It will be fine. They might. They will change the engine. Oh, okay. About changing the engine, I'm not 100% sure. Because that does sound like a lot of money. But. It might be possible, bro. It might be. What would WoW 2 even be? Pretty much like a new engine for WoW is what I'm personally thinking. Yeah. New engine for WoW. There isn't a drive for WoW 2 since there is no MMO. Technically, you're correct. I think Blizzard have been pretty confident that they will. I mean, not confident, but like, there's no like which other MMO is actually coming close to WoW in terms of numbers? Because I cannot think of any such, right? Think about that. Which other MMO comes close to WoW in terms of pure numbers? None. Absolutely none. Also, WoW is not just modern WoW, bro. If you think about WoW, it's like WoW Classic, WoW Seasonal Discovery, WoW Fresh, WoW Hardcore, and TBC as well, right? We had a Retail WoW and also PTR and betas, which are still quite popular to this day. So, yeah, I mean, nobody comes close. Think about that, sir. Think about that. Let that sink in, okay? Alright, chat, listen up. We have one quick key we do on Outlaw Rogue into the update of the tier list. We haven't done an update for the past 3 weeks because simply there were no class changes. Because of the most recent one, I think we are better at updating it right now, letting you guys know what's up. I think that is what I prepared you for. What do you think about Balkan food? Do you love, bro? I love Balkan food, man. I love everything about Balkan food. It's crazy. Like, I guarantee you, people that live in Western Europe, like Portugal, Spain, France, Germany, you know, UK, etc. Like, if you ever get to the Balkans for vacation, whether you go to Greece, Bulgaria, Serbia, Romania, I don't know, any of those countries up in the Balkans, just try anything. I guarantee you, you would love it. Like, you'll absolutely love it. Bot Piper, that's a very good private server. I don't think many people play private servers, but I could be absolutely wrong about that one because I don't know the atmosphere on private servers. It might be crazy big, it might not be. I can't say much, bro. I'm not in that water. The only private server that I've heard of recently was Turtle WoW, because they were suing with Blizzard, I believe. That's the only reason why I heard about them. Like, Blizzard was actually suing them for something. I think 50,000 people for a private server is absolutely enormous. Is Greece a Balkan country? Of course they are a Balkan country, bro. What are you saying, my dude? Where is Greece located? Oh, wait. Oops. Wrong trinket. Can we reset, lads? Sorry about that one. Yeah, I'm sorry guys, I just need a quick reset. I mistakenly, I forgot to put my plume. Thank you. Now I'm ready. I was playing with something else. You can reset once you're ready. I'll be in a second. You should do a collab with Kira and do Tierlist together. I think we had planned to do a collab last time around on PTR, but we just failed in plans because we all had different schedules. I'm gonna try at the end of beta to, you know, do a collab again with. I'll ask him, see what he thinks about, and maybe get healers that play better, like Vic Man I can get. Yeah, maybe AJ, if he's filling up too. Maybe other DPSers too that play better consistently. That would be also pretty cool. Like get what? Who's playing other DPS all the time? Casual maybe. Get killed in. Get Yarg if he's still around. You know, we can like get a bunch of people. I don't know if they'll be down to. Like, I can ask them. Yeah, see what I think. Might be a good, like, cool idea. I feel like people are still not so interested in beta this time around. No, because beta has been up for like such a long time, so people got bored of it. It is meters. Ooh, you're the GOAT, man. Thank you for saying that. You have no idea how many times I'm actually getting absolutely cooked by that shit. Not resetting meters. You have no idea, bro. Holy. Triple buff. Killing spree kinda looks weak. Ah. I mean, yes and no actually. I'll explain why later. Let me just finish this dungeon and remind me at the end. The general tuning, yes, but the design of it is absolutely goated. And also you get quite a lot of CDR from that shit. Energy rage and genuinely use it? Maybe. Am I a rogue main? I'm not, bro. I'm the furthest person from a rogue main. Oh. Give me this dirty boy. He DC? Oh yeah. He might actually deceive. Just give him like a few minutes and try to raise him later. Yeah, he actually disconnected. Okay. If he doesn't come back by the end of the fight, we can just abandon, I guess. Oh, he's here, bro. I do try to get better on all the specs that I play. So my Acid Oak is most definitely not ideal. Sorry, not my Acid Oak, my Outlaw Oak. As I'm playing right now, Outlaw. Energy gen at times feel very annoying on Outlaw. But that's only at time. I can't do good damage with Outlaw. Like, it's all about priorities of spell, to be honest with you. Like, the spec is not hard. It's all about how you prioritize your... Oh, I'm lagging by the way again. 400 ms. Good luck. When is the update to the tier list? After this key. Why are you fighting this boss for already 3.5 minutes, bro? Can we kill it? Cancel killing spree when you have full combo points. Oh, that's actually a good tip. Thank you. Yeah, our friend went in front of him.
You had lasted a little longer.
In 12 minutes, I don't drop a video. I would update it live on stream. The video is coming tonight for the people that's gonna miss. It's okay, Elu. We can play if you like a bit later. I'm gonna take a break. Gonna update a tier list on stream. If you like to hang out, you're perfectly fine too. I'm gonna yeah. Let's abandon for now. I can prepare my list, and then we can perfect. We can play a bit later. When did I change that boss? I think like a week ago or so. When are you starting your tier list update? In 9 minutes now. In 9 minutes from now. Is Devastation still bugged out with Consume Flame? Yes, but some people are saying that Consume Flame is not really bugged out. And that's how it's supposed to work. That's what people are saying, you know. I don't know if I'm willing to believe that, but those are the rumors so far. Seems like a cap where I'm telling you what people are saying. It very much could be a cap. It very much could be a cap. I also think it's a cap. I also believe a little bit of a double cap up. Does crafted gear matter more and better than PvP 1? Probably. Because crafted gear can guarantee the perfect stats. Which guarantees you big down. There will be some weak autos after O. Oh, that's something added by Blizzard. The weak autos? Nope. Not as far as we know, there will not be a weak autos. But that's as far as we know. There might be at some point added. Or them to start working on them again, you know. I don't know. Matter of fact is, I think a lot of people are feeling adamant about not adding them back. So if I was a betting man, I would probably say there would not be any class changes. Sorry, not class changes, but like weak autos, whatever, added to the game. But that's if I was a betting man, you know, and I'm not. I am not a betting man. If Devastation is meta, I'm gonna be so amazed, bro. That sounds so fucking cap, but you never know, bro. Like if that thing about Devastation Evoker is actually turned out to be true, to not be, for example, to not be a bug, but actually to be intended to work this way, I guarantee you, Evoker is likely gonna become the go-to spec to go for. Because to me, that sounds amazing. But that's only if it's confirmed not to be a bug. Which at this point I think is way too early to know whether or not that will be the case. What is the issue with Devastation Invoker? Could you explain? The Consume Flame bug pretty much consumes all the damage it does on one target and makes your priority target damage insanely strong. That's the TODR of the bug. Because that will make Devastation Invoker do the best single target in a game. Sorry, the best pariah target in a game, which makes it incredibly OP. Personally, I think it will make it very OP. Personally. All right, boys. I think we're set and ready to begin with a tier list. No. I'm just gonna get ready as well. We have around 3 minutes before it begins. If you like to go grab a water or whatever, it's probably the best thing to go do it now. Because once we begin, we're not stopping, okay? It's been a while since we updated tier list, but it needs an update already. Because the last time we did so, I was in December. Okie dokie. This should be already good enough. Alright, lads. Update for Mythic Plus Midnight Petco. Perfect. S. Let's do. I want to do something. Can I just put this motherfucker up here? A, B, C, D, L. Alright, boys. This should be good enough. I'm gonna go pee. I'll come back and we can talk about it. Alright, chat. Brace yourself. 2 minutes before we start. All right, boys. You guys ready? Wait, hold up a second. Did you guys go pee in Varna? No, brother. No. I had to check for some snacks as well. You know, I was a little bit hungry. Wanted to get some chocolate in my system. I've put a blanket in, boys. Yes, blanket is on. Let me just put something better to suit us while we're talking, okay? Let me check. Let's put some WoW stuff, some WoW team stuff out. Just 1 second. Let me make a quick screen like that. You guys are not peeking, right? Hopefully you're not peeking. Okie dokie. Alright, chat, ready? You guys know what's up. If you guys like to say hello to YouTube, all of your comments that you write are going to be included to YouTube. Once again, if you type something shit, you're going to get permaban, so don't be stupid. You know, pretend that your mom is watching the chat, so be mindful of how you speak. Alright, chat, let's begin. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What's up, YouTube? Welcome to update number 4 of Midnight Tier List. My name is Petko, and today we're gonna do the very first, actually, January and also 2026 tier list for the stream. Hope you guys appreciate it. And I know you guys been asking, hey, where are the tier lists? Why haven't you met us every single Sunday? Because there's pretty much been none. No class changes for the past couple of 20 days, 21 days. But now we've got some slight changes coming into pre-patch, which soon to be coming also in beta, and some also unannounced hotfix that will present some classes like Unholy Decay. And quite honestly, we had like 20 days to play around different builds. People discovered different stuff. Also, the item level got increased to 289, which is pretty much mythic eye level. So a lot of cool, interesting things has happened for the past couple of weeks on beta. And today, we're gonna summarize it, update you guys, and yeah, let's see how things are. Anyway, let's begin. All right, chat. So for this time around, the tiers are pretty much the same. I haven't touched the tiers as much. The only difference between last tier list and this one is there's a new category called Dark Horse. Now, there's only one spec here in Dark Horse, and I'll talk about it once we get to the Dark Horse talk, but I think it belongs there, and I will explain why it goes there. And without further ado, wait a second, unsure yet. We're gonna start with the let's go with the C tier, because that's gonna be the tier that everybody knows which two DPSers are gonna be there. And I'll begin once again for the 4th consecutive week in a row. Currently, there are 2 DPSers that are doing quite poorly, and Blizzard hasn't really addressed the issues with them. The first and foremost is gonna be Pharaoh Druid, likely the worst version of Pharaoh Druid I've seen so far for the past couple of years of me playing the game itself. Not only design-wise, but also tuning-wise, Pharaoh right now is most definitely quite bad. Although that spec got buffed, unfortunately, it's still quite horrendous, you know. Playstyle, tuning, I mean, utilities unchanged is still fine, but I soon to be expect this to get a lot of buffs its way. And if it doesn't, then I'll be very surprised, because then it will truly mean the death of Pharaoh, which is quite sad. But yes, Pharaoh needs to be buffed immediately. Or, I guess, changed, because there's still like 7 weeks of tuning, give or take, so that can also happen. Windwalker Monk follows exactly after Pharaoh. I think Windwalker Monk also needs some changes as soon as possible, because right now they are not doing that hot. I've tried different builds with Windwalker Monk, and whatever I was trying, it always ended up being like poor. Okay, I think the single target of Windwalker is most definitely not as bad as Pharaoh, but the current design, especially the capstone talents on Windwalker, are just pretty. Let's just say you were at a pretty big disadvantage. I would even go to the extent of saying Monk might not be the worst DPS, and I'll give it to Pharaoh. Okay, so you can still be played in a physical comp because of Mystic Touch. Your ST is not that bad, and quite honestly, if they buff Spinning Crane Kick or any other ability, Windwalker can be fine. You know, there's the new build that doesn't play Spinning Crane Kick, which actually was quite fun. Unfortunately, none of the other abilities does damage either, and the only truly one thing that does big damage is Fist of Fury and Flurry Strikes, right? So that's pretty much your gameplay loop. Yeah. So in unsure yet tier, I've placed several DPSers, and I'll explain the reason why I've put all of them there. Chat, can you guess which DPS that I've placed in unsure yet? It's one range DPS that I have never put in unsure yet. No, I've never put them there. They were always ranked, but right now I'm not sure where they stand off. What do you guys think? Which DPS do you think I'm unsure? I'm unsure what you're unsure. Okay. I don't think. I mean, the thing is, I did not give any hints, so I don't think you guys gonna guess it. But out of every single DPS that I've tested, there are two right now that are still pretty much a big question mark. One of them is Shadow Priest, and I'm gonna explain why Shadow Priest. It is true. Shadow Priest have been getting nerfs for the past couple of weeks, even before, you know, they were considered really good. They got nerfed here and there. But one of the reasons why Shadow Priest was actually there is because your Void Torrent is still not 30 seconds, and it's supposed to be 30 seconds per the latest hotfix. Right now on beta it's 45, which makes it quite difficult to manage your Void Torrent, because 45 seconds, you either gotta hold the third Void Torrent, you either gotta hold it, or you need to delay your Void Form, which is most definitely super bad. That's why I don't think I truly know where this spec stands. Once this gets to be fixed and Void Torrent gets to be fixed to be 30 seconds, I will retest Shadow Priest and we're gonna see where it's gonna end up being. But for now, unsure. The damage profile of Shadow is actually incredibly good. You do high single target while pulling resources to do private target damage in funnel. So I could expect Shadow Priest to be performing really good, at least on the mid to high level keys, right? Utility pretty much unchanged, and durability same as always. One other thing I can say about Shadow Priest is most definitely one of the most fun range that I've had the pleasure of testing, and I would love to keep this spec as my old, because the animations in playstyle is just 10 out of 10. Not Shadow Priest, I said Shadow Priest. So that's about Shadow, guys. That's about Shadow. Another spec that I have placed in unsure yet is gonna be Demonology Warlock. Now, while Demonology Warlock is doing actually pretty good, and it probably belongs in an A+ tier, I think there are still quite a few bugs that prevent them from seeing Demonology's full potential. But if I gotta be honest, even if I don't count those bugs, Demonology is absolutely amazing right now. From design point of view, from damage point of view, even more utility than before. You are pretty tanky too. I love everything about Demonology. Even you get extra interrupt or extra purge / dispel if you need so inside your group, which is actually another reason why Demonology quality of life has improved significantly going forward to midnight. But I'm gonna place it unsure for now, and once they get those bug fixes that are needed, especially the Hellbent Commander bug, which is actually pretty atrociously bad, then I think this spec might even look to the bottom of S tier. It might, unless it gets nerfed again. And I believe the Brutal Companion, which is the percent damage crit amplifier, it still doesn't work correctly. I could be wrong, however. The last time it did not work correctly. So I would assume, since they haven't fixed the Hellbent Commander, that hasn't also been fixed. So therefore, I would say and unsure yet until they actually decide to commit resources and fix it. Okay, there's one more spec here, but I'm gonna go forward and place it a bit later. Let me just finish the C tier. I've the two healers that I've placed in a C tier and they haven't really moved away so far has been Mistweaver Moog and Preservation Evoker, and the reason why I've placed them here is just purely from output point of view. I think neither Pres Evoker nor Mistweaver have exceptionally great output both damage and healing. Like they're not per se unplayable. You can still do your weeklies with them and do high like mid-level content. But if you are comparing them to the top healers right now, I most definitely believe they are at a disadvantage. Specifically, the way to do healing on Percy Evoker has been discussed, although has been attempted to get better and fixed. I still think it's an issue for the most part, especially when you're like, displaced in a different position and that Percy Evoker is trying to heal you and not stuck together. You're most definitely gonna be struggling at keeping people alive, right? Mistweaver Monk. On top of this, they also have mana issues as well, right? So that could be a pretty large disadvantage for them. In terms of utility, I mean, I hate to say this, but in a current, not really meta, but like in a current state of the game where magical damage dealers most definitely dominate, Mistweaver buff is just quite bad right now, like Mystic Touch. Also, the external defensive for Mistweaver is so bad. The Cocoon, I don't know. I would like to see that being changed. Press Discord would disagree. The thing is, like, every single Discord would disagree with what I say, because let's say I tell you guys Monk is bad, then at Monk Discord there's like 1 or 2 players that can make Monk be really good, and they'll be like, oh, you're wrong, Monk is good, So no matter which placing I place specific spec, there's always gonna be people that be like, that's not true, because I can do better than what you think what you think spec can do. So that doesn't really concern me. Okay, let's move to the B tier. Let's move to B tier, chat. There's quite a few specs that I've placed in a B tier, and I will be a little bit surprised if they don't get changed. But let's begin from a very controversial pick that I'm gonna put them there. I think Balanced Druid goes to the B tier. Now, Balanced Druid hasn't really seen quite a lot of changes for the past couple of weeks, if not at all. And the current tuning of the spec is most definitely atrocious. We are gonna get for sure Balanced Druid changes. The question is when. I think the output is the only reason why you're there. The design of the spec is exactly the same as the War Within, except the Eclipse now being an active button instead of being passive. Your single target is at times, so it comes a point where your Starfold does better single target than Star Search, which can really tell you the severity of the current tuning on balance rate. So that's why I believe they're gonna change balance 100%, right? But playstyle is largely the same on balance. Another spec, Retribution Paladin, is what I've placed also in a B tier. Just the same thing as Balanced Druid. Red hasn't seen much changes for the past couple weeks either. Be honest with you, I'm starting to get a little bit worried about Retribution Paladin, and I really hope for them to get some tuning ASAP done. I think the burst damage on Red is actually still fine. It's just the sustained damage is pretty bad. But I'm sure with time they will get there. No, don't close Discord, but most definitely make sure you get them buffed before they do so, which is important. Utility stays the same. Durability stays almost the same. They're losing 1 defensive because they're getting that defensive baked in within your regular defensive options, like Renewing Blaze for Evokers kind of stuff. I think that's all I can say about the Retribution Paladin. Also, outside of your major cooldowns, you have no prior damage, so you're full pot spec. I don't know if you like that, but that's the truth so far on the Retribution Paladin. Chat, which other spec do you think goes to the B tier? There's one more spec that I've placed in the B tier. Which one do you guys think goes there? you guys thinking? What you guys feeling? There's one more spec that goes there, and it's a hybrid between range and melee. Well, it's labeled range, but I call it hybrid. I wouldn't really call it range, but yeah, I think most people already guessed which one this. It's Devourer. It's Devourer, bro. So there's a few things I can say about Devourer. First and foremost, it is a spec that I believe wholeheartedly it will get changed. The current playstyle Devourer is extremely boring and bland, and it's likely one of the big reasons why people don't like it. Okay. Another reason, the damage outside of cooldowns is quite tank damage, pretty much. This spec works well if you do pull big or if the kill level is high enough, but on a low level keys to mid level keys, it's gonna be an absolute disaster so far. Like your damage is a lot, like your Devourer is like Fire Mage, but a lot weaker. During meta or void meta, sorry, big down. Outside of meta, tank down. And the thing is, unlike Fire Mage, this spec scales really good on like a lot of mobs, because the more mobs you pull, the more shards you're gonna get, or fragments, I guess. Sorry, not shards, fragments. And then the more fragments you get, the more meta uptime you're gonna do, and the more damage you're gonna do. Like it's like a avalanche, you know. Unfortunately, as we see it fit right now, I believe it should probably get redistributed of how you do damage. That's like gonna be the best thing that I can say about Devourer. Outside of being buffed, perhaps not a button that can help them, you know, maneuver through, in my opinion. I don't know. I just feel like something's missing about the spec, and I'm quite not sure what that could be. Alright, so to finish up the B tier, there's two tanks that haven't moved places, and that's gonna be Guardian Druid and Blood Decay. Those specs hasn't really moved here, and I think they are equal in terms of power. Neither of their tanks got changed, by the way, just keep that in mind. I think Guardian Druid becomes a lot less spammy in Midnight, which is actually an advantage to you. If you didn't like how boring Guardian is, it's gonna be a lot less boring Midnight. I think the damage output is, in my opinion, one of the big reasons why you are placed here. I think durability is fine for the most part, even with your minor cooldowns, but damage, it just doesn't feel quite there yet for them. And Blood Decay, I don't think Blood Decay is bad, but I don't think it's good. I think it's just the equivalent of just being mid everywhere, right? It's amazing spec to do weekly keys, low level keys, but on the extreme high end keys, although your damage looks to be pretty good, you just can die. You can just flop quite easily. Oh, another reason I think this spec has become significantly easier. So if you were playing before Blood Decay, and if you were thinking about, oh shit, this spec is so difficult to master, it becomes a lot easier in Midnight, which is obviously an advantage to anybody looking to try tank as Blood Decay. Yeah, I think raid tuning, like raid tier list and Mythic Plus tier list, is most definitely going to be different. I also believe that Blood Decay is a lot better in raid, but that's the case for a lot of healers and tanks in DPSers, right? An active example of this could be Preservation Evoker in raid performance against Mythic Plus performance. They do a lot better in raid than in Mythic Plus, right? Or for example, Aron's Warrior in raid progress versus Aron's Warrior in Mythic Plus, right? Or Destruction Warlock during raid testing and Mythic Plus testing. This feels a lot better in Mythic Plus than raid. So that's why I try to separate my Mythic Plus thinking with raid thinking, right? I think for raid speaking, I believe a lot of those classes are going to get shifted around. Just let's say it this way. All right, chat. Let's move forward to A tier. Now, A tier is what I consider the performance to be like an average. If you're A tier, you are not bad, but you're not good either. Anything below A tier is just pretty poor right now. So A tier means like mid performer, like okay, like hey, you're not doing bad, but you're not doing that great. Okay. Starting with the bottom of A tier, what do you guys think? What do you guys think goes there? The bottom of A tier. What you guys thinking so far? The bottom of A tier is a melee spec. I'm gonna help you out. It is a melee specialization. Which spec goes there? I think I'm gonna give you only one hint, and that is gonna be a self-sustain. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say. Self-sustain. That is gonna be the hint for the spec that goes to the A tier. If you look at all of the specs right now, and if you think about, oh shit, which melee has insane self-sustain, the answer is only one. If you have paid attention in the Water 10, you would know that's gonna be Havoc DH. Havoc DH, although has been getting a massive improvements in Midnight, and when I say massive, I mean like you're gonna become significantly tankier while retaining your great damage profile that has that niches, prior target slash ferro damage. I think the tuning of Havoc is just not quite there yet. Like your sustained AoE damage is actually pretty decent. The burst damage is okay too, but the single target is another area where I believe it should get further noticed and buffed. And in general, I think Havoc can benefit from having buffs. Like whether they are single target, they're AoE or auto buffs, any buffs are gonna be welcome to Havoc DH. But I can't say anything bad about the spec. It plays super good, it's significantly easier, and it's quite mobile. Good self-sustain, better durability, and a good damage profile. This is one of the few candidates on 8 that I believe after a small buffs, you're gonna jump straight to A+. It just needs some little bit more damage. Moving forward to the next spec on the A tier. Another melee specialization going there, which I think might disappoint a lot of people. But I vowed to stay truthful to what I believe, and I think next in line is gonna be Enhanced Shaman. Now, Enhanced Shaman, although we've tried all kind of builds, we've tried totemic builds, we've tried Stormbringer, we've tried 1 minute burst damage and 2 minutes, etc. Neither of the builds look to be insanely good. Now, they weren't bad. Don't get me wrong. Enhanced wasn't doing bad in terms of output, but it wasn't doing great either. It's literally a mid performer. That's it. It does pretty well when it comes down to design and playstyle. I love it, but neither of the damage testing gave me any indication of that spec just being strong. And I've also spoke to people that main Enhanced Shaman and they play better consistently. And I also spoke to people that tutorcraft on behalf of Enhanced Shaman. And although the majority of the vote was yes, Enhanced is pretty fun to play, but the current power is not great, it was the overwhelming answer for most people. And I also share their opinion. I think Enhanced is also a reason why I believe even if you did damage, you are still glass cannon. The squishiest DPS so far, and not by a small margin. I mean like by far. The most squishy DPS so far, by far. And I hope so. I really hope so. That they're gonna do something about early and enhanced defenses. Because that's one thing that I believe, even if you are super good damage, you still might not be picked up because of how easily you can die. But so far, a little bit of an L for Enhanced Shamans. Moving forward, chat. Moving forward to another sibling spec. Well, not really sibling to Enhance, but another melee spec. Okay, let's just put it this way. Another melee spec goes right next to Enhance. What are we thinking, chat? Which other spec goes right next to Enhanced Shaman? I'm gonna give you several hints so you guys know what's up. That melee spec has a counter brother or a sister that does significantly better. And even though historically they never really perform as great in Mythic Plus, in a current tuning, they are not doing that bad at all. I would say for the most part, simply because of your consistent damage, the spec doesn't feel bad to play. It has one extra button to play. It's smoother than what I could have imagined. And I think for the most part, it will be likely not be picked up for Mythic Plus unless something happens with Fury Warrior. And for the people that have guessed it, yes, Aros Warrior goes right next to Enhanced Shaman. Even though it was a little bit of a, mysterious clues, I've tried to hide as much as possible. I think Arm's actually doing pretty well. For the most part out of my testing, autos perform pretty well. It's just that auto specs simply do more output. You know, that's pretty much it. I think in a full physical comp, like I'm actually saying in a full physical comp, I think arms can actually be A+ tier, and I mean like, you know, Fury Warriors. Sorry, I mean like a Battle Shout needed with Mystic Touch, etc. Wind Fury as well. Arms can actually be A+ tier, 100%. As long as you put Wind Fury inside a group and Mystic Touch, A+, 100%. But as a standalone spec, I would say A tier is a lot more relatable. Okay. Fury can be S tier in that case. Yep, it could be. Who knows? It could be. But I think for now speaking, A tier is a big compliment for arms. You know, the rotation has one extra button, Heroic Track, which is your Apex Talents. For the most part, plays similar to what you can expect from the Warrior 10. You know, the learning curve is just pretty much the same, maybe a little bit easier. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Arms is great. Moving forward, chat. Moving forward too. Well, that's gonna be kind of weird. But a range spec goes next, chat. A range spec goes next. What are we thinking, boys? Now, look at all of the range specs. BM Hunter, Devastation, MM Hunter, Fire, Frost, Arcane, Ellie Shaman, and all of the 3 Warlock specs. Which spec do you guys think goes next? Let's think about it. Which spec goes next? Right next to Arms Warrior. A range spec. Okay, maybe I'm gonna make it easier for you. A range spec that has one of the best party buffs right now. And I think neither of you is guessing it correctly, by the way, in the chat. Neither of you is saying the right spec in the chat. One of the best party buffs, a Bloodlust, and notoriously quite squishy. Those are the 3 hints. Right? Yeah, I will disappoint you. But I think next in line is gonna be Ellie Shaman. And I will explain why. Now, at first, when I played Ellie, it did really well on the damage meters and also on the initial testings. However, I would say the biggest weakness on Ellie Shaman right now is the consistent damage, like the sustained damage of Ellie Shaman. Single target is great, on-demand burst is amazing, but the consistent damage of Ellie is most definitely an area where they have to get buffed. And one of the large reasons why I believe the sustained damage is bad is also due to that DRE does not exist. There is no more DRE, right? Which was super important, if you guys remember, to do damage outside of major cooldowns. Because during Ascendance, we always did good damage. Whether it's gonna be single target today, it doesn't really matter. But the sustained damage is where they are struggling. And I mean, when I say struggling, I mean like real struggles, okay? Unfortunately for you, the Farseer build is actually doing better than Stormbringer for the most part, which makes Farseer build lose all of the prior damage of Ellie Shaman. Like previously, Ellie Shaman had insane prior due to Stormbringer, Tempest plus Ecos of the Grey Sundering. Now Ecos is gone and only Stormbringer is left with Tempest. However, Farseer right now does better, therefore Ellie loses the prior damage as well. And also you are pretty squishy too. Another L. Yeah, so for the most part, Ellie most definitely does way better in Raid than in Mythic Plus. So if you are a Raider and you're considering playing Ellie, you're gonna do fantastic. In Mythic Plus right now, an average performer at most. Yeah, that's true. You can't do damage when you're dead. Yeah. Flynn, Joe Jack, you can roll back the vote and hear me talk about demonology. You can simply press the scroll wheel and roll back the vote. I think it's a factor on how they are changing strongest hero talent 3 on midnight from the Warrior 10, and they will need to rescale them properly for M+. Oh, they will be, bro. There's like 2 more months of tuning, so I'm sure that's why I like to tell people this tier list gets updated every Sunday. Once they push the class changes, we gather on Sunday, discuss them, and update the tier list. But I'm 100% confident whatever I'm talking right now with you will most likely get changed in the near future. Okay. All right, chat. Moving forward to next in line. Boys and girls, there's one spec that goes right next to Ellie, and that spec is gonna be... Which one, chat? A melee specialization right next to Elemental Shaman. A melee spec, and compared to Ellie, that melee spec has really good sustained damage. Like a really good sustained damage. Right next to Ellie. The burst damage of that spec is not so good. But the sustain is crazy good. And another hint I will give you is that target cap is unfortunately a thing for that spec too. For the most part, you're gonna feel it at times. Gentlemen and ladies, you guessed it right. Outlaw goes right next to Ellie Shaman. Now, I must say, I was pretty much doomer of Outlaw Rogue before the new Trickster build was found. If you guys remember, back in December, around the middle of December, and mostly all other Outlaw Rogues were playing Fatebound. However, after figuring out that Trickster does better, and after switching, I can guarantee you, Trickster Outlaw is doing pretty well. Now, from a pure gameplay point of view, if you're not a big fan, if you are not a big fan of fast playstyle, I think Outlaw has gotten easier in that field. You know, previously, if you remember in the War Within, Outlaw was incredibly high APM spec. Right now, in Midnight, it's a lot less APM requirement, which makes it easier for the most part. So, I think that's another reason why I love Outlaws right now way better. It kind of resembles the old BFA Outlaw, which is, I think for me, more fun. But yeah, I think the single target is also an area where they need to get buffed immediately. Slightly more damage everywhere wouldn't hurt either. And energy gen is also bad at times on Outlaw. Those are the three things I love to get fixed ASAP. I think single target is the topmost priority to get fixed on Outlaw. You know, like real quick. Like real quick. Stop coping Furies A+ or higher. LOL. Well, if you don't agree with me, I think you haven't seen truly good Fury Warriors. Or maybe you haven't played one yourself. Or maybe you have different opinion. That's fine too, bro. Doesn't matter. It's all good. It's all good, you know. Alright, so moving next. Oh, by the way, sorry. I forgot to fill you in on Unsure Yet. There's one more spec that I've placed in Unsure Yet, and that's going to be Asarok. I did not mention that at the beginning, but I think Asarok is another spec that I'm just not 100% confident where they belong as of right now, because I think I just need more practice on the spec itself. I don't think necessarily it has a lot of bugs done to them. It's just that I just need more experience playing Asarok to have an adequate opinion. Overall, what I can see is energy starvation at times can be difficult to digest, but the burst damage on Asarok is actually pretty good. Burst damage felt pretty good. Sustained damage felt pretty weak, at least for me. I think this spec might do very well on like the highest level keys. When I say the highest, I mean like 17, 18 plus. And sometimes on like 15, things are dying so quick that my death mark can really be consumed at times. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's all I can say about Asarok, right? I'm sorry if I may have answered this, but do you think that there's gonna be much changes to the tier list on pre-patch or even the release? So this tier list is purely for Midnight Beta. It has nothing to do with pre-patch. On a pre-patch, the classes will perform different because they will be playing with the old tier set. The tier list that we discussed right now is a midnight beta mythic plus tier list, which it consists of max apex talents, max gear, and also your new tier set. On pre-patch, you won't have new tier set and you won't have apex talents. So, and you're gonna have the old tier set, which makes the balancing completely different. The old tier set doesn't exist. Yes, during midnight it doesn't, but during pre-patch it will. I hope that helps you out. Yeah. Oh, are they removing the tier set during pre-patch as well? Is that what you're trying? Oh, in pre-patch it won't exist. Okay. But okay, sure, that's great actually. But it's still gonna be a difference because if you compare beta to pre-patch, on beta you have apex talents, max level gear, and a new tier set. And on pre-patch you have no apex talents and no new tier set. And your gear is gonna be similar to season 3, right? Anyway, chat. Let's move forward. Okay. Let's move forward. Next in line is gonna be. Let me check. Oh yeah, there are 3 more specs on 8 here so far. After Outlaw Rogue, I've played Sub Rogue on 8 here as well. Honestly, I was pretty dooming on Sub Rogue as well. For the most part, I didn't like how Sub Rogue played, but so part of that could be because I was inexperienced playing Sub Rogue. After playing different builds, I think Trickster Sub actually plays pretty well. For the most part, I was like, yeah, this shit is fucking boring, whatever, but it still might be the case. It still might be boring, but at least Trickster is more engaging because you have to wave, eviscerates with Coup de Grace, Black Powders, as always, and the Nimble of Fury is also changed to the point where Shadow Strike in Mass AoE is not really something you want to do now compared to before. But overall, I would still say that Sub Rogue is most definitely one of the easiest melee specs, and I don't think it does as terrible. The front load damage on Sub is actually pretty good. Yeah, I think for the most part is great. I really enjoy playing it. It's just that numbers not there for me at least. It's just that bit more tuning on Sub could be good. Outside of measured cooldowns, your damage is it's just mid, not really great, I'd say. Why are you judging tanks when you haven't played them? Why are you commenting on politics when you're not a politician? Why do you have opinions on cars if you're not a mechanic? A lot of things you can ask, but everybody is free to have an opinion, whether you like it or not. Opinion is free of charge, right? If that makes sense. I think I'm one of the few people on beta that puts extreme high enough commitment to testing stuff, where I think very few people comes close to the experience and the amount of hours I put into testing. And although I can always be wrong at certain times, and you can never guess 100%. I think I've put a tremendous amount of effort to make this as close as accurate as possible. And if you roll back historically with the tier lists, we've always been close to what the meta was. Always been close. Like, let's say out of the 6 meta specs, at least 4 of them we already knew in advance. And even judging from previous season, right? We already knew so many specs to be on top. Like, we knew about the Restoration Druid. Right, we knew about, for example, BM Hunter, Dark Ranger. Immediately after the announcement, we just knew they're gonna be insane. And before that, Pack Clear was also doing very well. We knew about Frost Decay. One of the things we didn't know about is the tank. Like, Protection Warrior just ended up being the best. And that I was not on top of that, And I think the Ele Shaman was also one of the few people to code Ele Shaman to be really insane. And if you can see the rankings, a lot of high rated Ele Shamans right now on live servers. Like a lot of them. Maybe not the meta spec, but like Havoc and Elemento are swapping around all the time. So I think for the most part, I'm pretty happy with my predictions. I'm very, very happy. So okay, there's one thing I'm actually going to say about Devourer. Historically speaking, whenever Blizzard is releasing a new specialization, it will always be above average performer. The only spec that hasn't been that is Devourer, and that is simply due to augmentation being so dominant ever since the release of the game. I think when Monk got released was pretty good, bro. Like, think about Mist of Pandaria, Monk, once it got released. Wasn't it like real good? Think about that. And the same thing was DK during Rat. And the same thing was a Havoc DH during Legion. And the list goes on and on. You're a cold prot warrior. To be fair, you focus on testing DPS. I would not expect you to bring tanks. Of course not. No, I think no. Yoda was saying Protection Paladin. The person that called out Protection Warrior, I think it was Kira. Kira believed Prot Warrior to be the best. I think Yoda believed Paladin to be the best, right? And I think Yoda was hyping the Paladin. I think Kira was calling Restoration Shaman to be the best. I think so. And MM Hunter too. Kira always says Prot Warrior will be the meta. He predicts it every PTR. Oh, I got you. And Yoda is always hyping about Prot Paladins. I mean, different people like... I mean, it's the same thing kind of for me, no? I always hype up Ellie, even though sometimes... I mean, to be fair, every single time that I've hyped up Ellie, it came out true. Think about in a World of 10. Has Ellie ever been bad in the World of 10? Think about that. Season 1, World of 10, Ellie wasn't as good. No, sorry, Ellie was actually pretty good in the World of 10. It's just that Enhance was dominant. Season 2, Ellie did pretty well too. And Season 3 now, Ellie was close to the meta as well. So every single time, it was most definite like A+ minimum. And also in Raid, Ellie was insane. I think this season in Raid, Elemento was like... I think the best range so far. At least early on. I love Prot Paladin myself. Bob Sack, Leon Hans. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like that. I always sandbag Ellie. That's not true, brother. I always make sure to update you guys. Hi, Petco. Are you counting the force set to them or not, without? With force set. So, quickly out of topic before we continue. For the people asking me about fun, etc. On the 24th of January, we will be starting the update on Choose Your Main. If you guys remember, last season and the seasons before this, we always kept this graphic, Choose Your Main, updated. We talk about single target and AoE damage and private damage and fun, survivability, utility. We always talk about this. And we place and we rank them based on like numerical value. We combine it together. It's kind of like more statistical change, statistical, I guess, points. So for the people that are still hesitant on whether or not you want to main XYZ, this might help you out. We're going to begin the first update on the 24th of January, and we're going to update it every single Saturday before the tier list, all the way until the beginning of the season. So like March, middle or end of March. So that's going to be updated as well. Anyway, let's continue, chat. Listen up. Before you guys are spacing out and arguing with each other, there are two more specs that I've placed in the 8th tier. One is ranged, one is melee. Which other melee goes to the 8th tier? One more melee and one ranged. Come on, guys. Which melee goes next? I'll give you a hint. Combat Resurrection. Combat Resurrection. Extremely tanky. Pretty much like a Panzer German tank. That's how good it is. Panzer German tank. Super tanky. CR. And incredibly bursty. Okay, that's it. Those three should be giving you enough of a hint. Ladies and gentlemen, I think right next to Subrogue goes Frost Decay. Frost Decay, although hasn't seen much changes, I still believe to be a solid performer by any means going forward to Midnight. Now, the rotational differences on Frost Decay compared to Revolver 10 is mostly the same. Like, the rotation is literally the same. The only thing that is changing is that your Frost Worm becomes an active talent because you gotta play around it due to your Apex talents actually being inside your rotation because they kind of buff your Frost Worm, right? So for me, Unholy goes right next to top of the A tier, bottom of A plus in my opinion, with placement changing depending on a key levels. I think on a high level keys, I'll go Unholy over Frost and vice versa for like low level keys, etc. So yeah, I think Frost is great. Good prior damage because you play Deadbringer, great burst, pretty tanky. Yeah, and I can't say anything bad about that, you know. Pretty big W's. People saying that Frost Decay Rider does better than Unholy. I would actually love to see that. I haven't tried Rider Frost Decay. I remember we tried Rider Frost Decay at the beginning and we figured out that that thing was better. But I have not tried Rider. Perhaps you guys are right, and I would love to be wrong and change the positioning of Frost Decay next Sunday. So yeah, I mean, if any of you is actually a good experienced Rider Frost Decay, I would love to get them on and try it after this. Yeah, I have not played with Rider Frost Decay, nor I've played the Rider myself. So I'll definitely check it out in case it's actually really good. Yeah, that's about Rider. Yeah, no, of course. Again, chat, this is beta. People find different builds on a weekly, on a daily basis. I played Rider in Frost Decay beta and it has so good damage one-handers. Perfect, dude. If any of you can play Rider Frost Decay on beta and is experienced Decay, not like first timer, I would love to get you after the tier list on for a spin. I will just play whatever class if you like and just play Rider so I can just see what's up. Yeah. No, 100%, bro. I could be wrong on Frost Decay. 100%. Anyway, let's move forward to... I believe BM Hunter is what I placed on the top of the A tier right now. Now, okay. So for the people confused, the reason why Beast Mastery Hunter goes from C tier to A tier is simply because they have a new build called the Chinese build. Now, the reason why that is because we first spotted this build on Warcraft logs by Chinese players playing it, and it does so much better than the traditional regular BM Hunter build with your dire beast, right? So the Chinese BM Hunter doesn't play dire beast at all. Your damage is still based on pets as always, but it's also a lot more centered towards your barb shots, which makes it a little bit more fun to play. I will be showing you later on BM Hunter, but it does, in my opinion, quite well. Both single target and AoE. And sustained damage as well. Which stats did you use for BM Hunter testing? Neither. I have not optimized my BM Hunter stats. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna be probably Haste Mastery, bit of crit. Or crit mastery, depends on how heavy AoE you're playing. Because your damage comes from pets, it should be probably mastery though. Haze for faster globals and more barb shots. So Haze master crit probably. Probably. Not sure. Full crit master, my damage was compared to the evoker. I have locks on this. Yeah, it could be actually. It could be. Okay. Let's move forward to the A+ tier, chat. Let's go to the A+ tier and rank the rest of the specs. There are a few more here. 10 more specs to rank, so bear with me. Oh, by the way, I forgot to talk about tanks on the A tier. I have placed so far only one healer on an A tier, and that's gonna be Holy Paladin. Now, the reason why I placed Holy Paladin A tier, even though the current tuning of Paladin is not amazing, and when I say not amazing, I mean like they lack the output, healing, and damage output to be S tier. I think the design of Holy Paladin is great, Midnight. I believe the quality of life updates have been serving them at a very high stake. And also the utility of Holy Paladin is amazing. And also you got an immunity. So all of this together makes me believe that once they buff Holy Paladin, and I believe they will, because they also don't do amazing in raid, Holy Paladin will rise in the rankings. And Holy Priest, I have to place it unsure yet. Another spec that I'm not 100% confident where they belong when it comes down to performance. I've seen several Holy Priests play, but neither of them did exceptional. People are saying there are quite a few bugs surrounding Holy Priest that doesn't really make them do their full output, or at least the output that they can do. Hence why I would rather wait a bit longer until I place Holy Priest anywhere. For now, unsure yet until more changes come to them, or at least hotfixes for Holy Priest. Okay, and I think that's it. That's it. Moving to the A+ tier, I guess we should be quick at talking about tanks and healers, right? Just to clear it out of the way and talk about the DPSers after that. So I've placed Brewmaster, Monk, and Protection Warrior I've placed in A+ tier. And there's several reasons for that. First of all, Brewmaster is a tank that I believe goes to be from one of the hardest tanks to actually a lot easier than before, which is always a good thing because barrier to entry on tank should be lower so more people can play it. But bottom bloat on Brewmaster Monk is gone. Again, your rotation loop is pretty much close to being the same. I think damage output of Brewmaster Monk is actually pretty good. Durability at times feels wonky, but for the most part you're gonna do fine. If you have to kite, I guess, to regen your defensive abilities again. I think one of the things that I've seen about monks is that you only really have like one big major defensive, and that's like your stagger. Your fortified brew. That's like your biggest defensive, and that is the case also for Mistweaver and Windwalker. I believe Dampen Harm, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Dampen Harm got removed from the game. It does not exist anymore, and I believe the other defensive talent, what was it called? Not Dampen Harm, but the other magical Diffuse Magic, was it? Diffuse Magic got reworked for worse. It does not give you DR, but you can also reflect back the dots to the beneficiary, I guess. Yeah, so neither of those defensive abilities are what they used to be, which is fine. But if you play more defensive builds, if you have stagger, if you have your external defensive cooldowns on actually whenever you need it, and a bit of kiting, should be fine. Brew has a bug that gives every other breath of fire 50% increased damage. Okay, so they actually do more damage than intended. Interesting. Celestial Brew infusion doesn't work. Aha, got you. Interesting. And Protection Warrior, I think most definitely after the buffs to Protection Warrior like a month ago, they do just a lot better. It feels slower to play, but durability and damage wise, they do quite good. For the most part, they are quite strong still. Not the best tanks by far, but yeah, I think they are quite strong right now, especially in the physical meta, which there are quite a few specs that can benefit from Battle Shout. I think they do for the most part pretty well. I remember Protection Warriors before the buff, they were so bad to play that nobody played them, but after the buff, they do. I guess people are still mad about anger management nerfs, which you can feel them at times. What does a dark horse mean? Haven't you seen the dark horse? Dark horse, bro. Haven't you seen that one? No? Bro. It's a dark horse. Here you go, bro. Here, dark horse. Haven't seen that one? It's pretty cool. Dark horse. Here you go, dude. It's Batman. Yeah, it is Batman. Uh-huh. All right, chat. Listen up. 10 more specs to rank. Let's go strong and finish this one real quick before we continue on beta testing. Next in line, right after Protection Warrior. Let's talk about DPSers. Which DPS do you guys believe goes to the bottom of DPS rankings? Which DPS goes to the bottom of A+ tier? That spec has Bloodlust. It has Bloodlust. It has been nerfed quite heavily in terms of defensive cooldowns. And one more thing is that spec has a cheated. There you go, chat. There you go, chat. So if you have been paying attention, you would know that the next spec is gonna be Fire Mage. Now, why do I think Fire Mage goes to A tier, to A+ tier? Now, there are a few things that indicate to me that Fire is not worth to be S tier, and one of them is gonna be single target. I think single target of Fire Mage is most definitely an area where they have to get improved with the Mythic Plus build. The raid build of Fire Mage does insane single target. That's the first thing. Second thing, outside of combustion damage, which is your major cooldowns, your damage is very bad. No, okay, so not very bad, but like definitely bad, right? So every single time you go into the pack with no combust, or you gotta wait until you get your combustion back, you are pretty much gonna do tank damage. And now people are gonna be like, oh, but that's always the case, yada yada yada. But now your damage is a lot more centered towards that combustion. So during combust, you feel like an Exodia slamming the shit out of Yu-Gi-Oh! But outside of combust, you feel like I don't know. Think about a bad Pokemon. Like fucking, I don't know, bro. Like Happiny, for example. Happiny is the most useless Pokemon. That's pretty much Fire Mage at times. Yeah. That's pretty much what I can actually, how I can describe Fire Mage. Okay, let's move forward, chat. Moving forward to another ranged, boys. Another ranged, boys. Which one would it be? There are a few ranged left. There's Affliction. There's Destruction. There's Arcane. There's Frost Mage. There's MM, Def, or Oak. I'm gonna see this. The next spec also has Bloodlust. That's it. It also has Bloodlust. So now all of those specs, think about who has BO. That's Death Evoker, that's Oak, that's MM, that's Arcane, and Frost Mage. It has Bloodlust and it has an exceptional amount of burst damage. An exceptional amount of burst damage, it has BO. And one other thing is that spec, unfortunately for all of you, is likely the most boring spec that ever exists on beta. For the past 10 years of PTR and beta, this might be the biggest sleeper, residential sleeper, that I've had the pleasure of testing, chat. Next in line goes MM Hunter. Now, a lot of people believe MM Hunter is actually a dead spec. quite a contrary to that, by the way. I think Hunter actually does quite well. Both sustain and burst damage. However, even 2-target damage, does not do that bad. A lot of people think that they are still dog shit in 2 targets. They are not amazing, but they ain't dog shit. Okay? And one of the biggest reasons for that is because your multi-shot actually does quite beefy damage, which makes your 2-target multi-shot precise shots consumption the main reason why your 2 targets are actually decent. Okay? But the biggest disadvantage, just like Fire Mage, is that your single target is quite bad. Quite bad single target. And I really hope that they focus on tuning the single target up ASAP. And probably buffing Arcane Shot will be the play. Give it like 100% buff on Arcane Shot damage. Might solve the problem for you. Or something along the line. Maybe like Steady Shot more damage by 500%. I don't fucking know. But anyway, that's gonna be a goal for MM Hunter in my opinion in the weeks to come. Alright boys. Moving forward, the circle is closing. Chat. The circle is closing. Who goes next right next to MM Hunter? It is gonna be a melee specialization. There are currently 3 melees left to rank. There's Unholy Decay, there's Survival Hunter, and there's Fury Warrior. Next after MM is gonna be a melee DPS. I'm gonna give you a few hints about that DPS. First, that DPS has a pet. Okay. So that means Fury Warrior is automatically disqualified. Now it's left between Survival and Unholy. Chat, who do you think goes next? Who goes next? Survival or Unholy? What do you guys think? Think about that. Think truly. After seeing all of the Mythic Plus testing, wholeheartedly, what do you believe? Do you believe that Survival is better or Unholy is better? Let's vote in the chat. I'm gonna tell you what it is. But first, place 1 for Unholy and 2 for Survival. Who goes next, chat? 1 for Unholy, 2 for Survival. Vote in the chat and I'll tell you what it is. 1 Unholy, 2 Survival, chat. Think about that. After you've seen everybody play those specs, what makes the most sense? And I think, truly, deep down, you know the answer. Chat, ladies and gentlemen, the next in line right after MM Hunter is gonna end up being... Unfortunately, Unholy Decay gets demoted from the best DPS to the atrocious cyberbullying to being A+ tier. There are quite a few reasons why I believe Unholy goes to A+ tier. And the biggest reason why that is, and I know a lot of you guys don't know about this, but Unholy Decay got a huge stealth nerfs in December. Now, that has already been confirmed by DK Discord. And by the way, big shout out to Taznak. He found the hotfix nerfs first. Those numbers were significant enough for Unholy to go from S to A+ tier. Unfortunately to all of the DK enjoyers, that is the case right now. Now, that has not been confirmed by Blizzard yet, only has been confirmed by the DK theory crafters. And once again, if you guys don't believe me, you can go to the DK Discord and ask me, hey guys, is Petko fucking out of his mind telling me that DK got nerfed? And they'll tell you, that hotfix nerf was present in December and nobody knew about it. Okay? So that is the only reason why Unholy goes from S to A+ tier. Besides that point, the playstyle of Unholy is absolutely incredible. If you are looking for a main, something that has a completely different playstyle and is quite fun and engaging, Unholy is, with all of my hands, down the best probably. Design wise so far, I really enjoy Unholy. It's great, love it. It's super tanky, big burst damage, sustained damage every 45 seconds with your minor cooldowns feels a bit iffy for the most part, but yeah, I think if the key is high enough, I mean, like, you know, it's like 17 plus key on beta, I was doing pretty well. It's just that on a low level keys, you just need more time to ramp up, therefore not amazing. Okay, so if you're playing on holding low level keys, just go for OZK instead. But yeah, I don't think Unholy is the best DPS anymore. They were the best DPS for like 2 weeks until the nerf. Well, it is what it is. Fuck it. Yeah, it's okay, chat. It is what it is. What else, chat? I think that's it. That's it. For the most part, we're done with Unholy. Moving forward to... Okay. Let me check how many specs left here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 specs left in A+ tier, chat. 4 specs left in A+ tier, right next to Unholy. It goes... Well... Fuck. I really didn't want to say it, chat. But this time around, it's arranged. Okay? I'm sorry to disappoint. This time around, chat, is a ranged DPS goes right next to Unholy. Well, I think that is gonna be a lot more obvious because now you know there's like only a few ranges and only 2 of them make sense to be in A+ tier, right? But anyway, I'm not gonna tease you. You guys are probably gonna guess it. Next in line is gonna be Affliction Lock. Now, a big reason why Affliction goes to the A+ tier is because they got buffed in December. If you guys remember, Affliction wasn't doing that good, but in December they got buffed quite significantly, and ever since then they really haven't seen a lot of changes, if not anything. Now, the playstyle of Affliction got completely changed. Malefic Rupture doesn't exist. You only cast Seed of Corruption in mass AoE, and that's about it. That's your AoE spender. Your single target spender is Unstable Affliction, which in my opinion is a lot better way to put it and do damage. Your single target actually does pretty well for the most part for Affliction Lock, which is actually a good advantage. The prior target damage at times feels iffy because you don't have your Malefic Rupture funnel anymore with the prior target Unstable Affliction, but Hound still does good prior because it increases the damage the target takes by XYZ%, right? So I think the design of Affliction is not bad. The only bad thing about Affliction is that you can get active arthritis from playing Affliction because 90% of the time in Mythic Plus you're gonna press Seed, 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 and that's it. You're gonna spread your seed everywhere. That's all you're gonna press. And maybe like maintain a handful of agonies to generate shards. That's it. You're gonna be seeding all the time. So if you love to spam one button 10 times back to back to back to back to back, and you have an average age above 45, I would probably not advise you to play Affliction because you're probably gonna get your fingers twisted. So yeah, it's most definitely a little bit troublesome at times. Anyway, chat, that's about it. Okay, that's about it. Moving forward to melee specialization goes right next to Affliction, chat. So we have 2 melees left. We got Fury Warrior and we got Survival. So after you've seen all of the testing done with both specs, Fury and Survival, which DPS do you guys think is better? Do you guys think Survival is better than Fury? Or do you think Fury is better than Survival? And I'm gonna tell you what it is. Okay? I'm gonna tell you what it is. Okay, so there are pros and cons for both specs. But here's the deal. Here's the deal, chat. I think Survival is definitely better than Fury in terms of output, both in sustain, burst, and single target. But because of Fury having Battle Shout, you are probably gonna get picked up a lot more often than Survival, which makes your damage, even though weaker than Survival, not the deciding factor in the placement. But if you only care about damage, standalone damage, in comparison with both, Survival gets the cake to be the best mid DPS right now. But once again, the best doesn't guarantee you the invites. And I believe because of the battle shout, and right now you are the strongest DPS or the strongest warrior spec, your battle shout is gonna be a significant leverage when you being invited. Okay. So simply because of this, I believe Fury will be a lot more commonly invited compared to Survival, although Survival can do more DPS. But let's roll the movie back and talk about those two specs. I think Fury Warrior, for the most part, if you play Mountain 10, you do exactly the same as you were doing before. There's no difference when it comes down to rotation. It's simply the same, except that your Apex talents are making your measured cooldowns do more damage. That's it. Survival Control, on the other hand, the playstyle got completely changed. Although some of the core rotation still is in place, for example, Wildfire Bombs, for the most part, the spec got torn into half. Like Butchery got removed, for example, your CA cooldown got removed, now it's Takedown. It's a combination of like Spearhead plus Coordinator Soul. Q command is now gonna be changing, by the way. It was no cooldown to now gonna be a cooldown and 2 stacks, which can make Tip of the Spear gameplay a little bit more difficult to master because you're gonna have a priority of empowerments. But for the most part, it's still gonna be Boomstick, which is the new talent that you can play into bombs, into Boomstick, into bombs. That's gonna be your major loop of damage. And Flame Fang Pitch, the new talent, which is pretty much like Cocktail Molotov. Imagine you're throwing that one, gives you CDR to bomb. It's gonna be a filler spell in between just to get your bombs back. And again, the more bombs you throw, the more CDR of Bombo Stick you're gonna get. And the more Bombo Sticks you're gonna cast, the more CDR and bombs you're gonna do. It's kind of like an infinite loop. And for the most part, I really have been enjoying it. And it plays pretty well. Now, I call it Bombo Stick because it was the easiest way to remember. Like, I'm trying to remember all of the new spells and abilities, and when I hear Boomstick, I think about Bombo Stick, and that makes it easy to remember. So yeah, it's the same thing for Flame Fang Pitch with Cocktail Molotov. Like, it's a lot more, feasible for me to remember it this way because it's more commonly met. All right, boys, listen up. Moving forward, I know you guys been wanting to see the end of the tier list, so we are approaching the very end. Let's get the healers out of the way, okay? In A+ tier, as always, we have Restoration Shaman and Disc Priest. Those two guys remain the A+ tier, and there's a few reasons why that is. First of all, Restoration Shaman does quite well, both output, healing, and DPS. It's the only healer with Interrupt. It has a good utility as well. It's a better Sky Fury, which is insanely good party utility, and I think it's pretty decent pickup. You can play it in physical comps or range comps or hybrid, doesn't matter. This Priest, on the other hand, in my opinion, slightly better than the Restoration Shaman. Amazing output, and still one of the strongest external utility in the game, if not the strongest, and a quite good output for Mythic Plus, which makes it one of the best healers so far in Mythic Plus. I mean, in comparison to Restoration Druid, I still think it is inferior because the Restoration does everything better than what they do. Plus gives you a 3% versatility, which is pretty much more damage to everybody, plus DR, and has the best healing across all healers, which is, in my opinion, the deciding factor right now. Yeah, I think that's all about the Restoration Druid and Shamans and this Priest. And when it comes down to tanks, you guys already know that Vengeance DH and Protection Paladin right now are, in my opinion, the best tanks in Mythic Plus. Now, there are several reasons why that is, and it's because, first of all, Paladin damage, it will get an absolute nerf. That damage is like the craziest tank damage I've seen across all tanks so far in PTR. I think from a purely casual point of view, if you're playing like mid-level keys, you're probably gonna play Paladin over Vengeance DH. I think Vengeance is definitely tankier for the most part, at least what I've seen. And the crowd control of both tanks is incredible. The mob control is just purely incredible. So yeah, utility-wise, they're both insane. I would just say Prot Paladin have more niche/unique utility. But for the most part, Vengeance and Protection Paladin are your winners for tanks so far in Mythic Plus. And they're great, actually. I would also agree Paladin is definitely a better puck tank than Vengeance. It requires less coordination with the team because you can solo control the packs. And Vengeance is a bit more planning ahead, you know, thinking about cooldowns, whatever. Yeah, I think that's about Protection Paladin versus Vengeance DH. Also, for the people saying that Vengeance didn't get many changes, a lot of abilities got changed for Vengeance DH. Most notably, lifting the soft caps ups, which helps your aggro generation and retention too, and damage as well, which is a massive reason why people love to play Vengeance DH2. On top of the utility, the mob control, you know, etc. So that gets a thumbs up from me. I think Bruce should be S tier on 21 keys. Okay, so think about that one, bro. So my goal when I make a tier list is to make the tier list for like majority of the players. And even if you're a beginner, intermediate, advanced player, you can benefit from them. But you're talking about a plus 21 keys on beta. Think about that. I think the people that play plus 21 keys on beta are very few. And therefore, neither of the work that I do concerns them, right? Because all of this, no, it's not even less than 1%. It's like less than 0.01%. It's like maybe a dozen people play 21 keys on beta. If not like 10 people. Right now, Pro Templar, Vengeance, and Draki are undertuned. I think next week we'll see the big buffs on those. Probably. That's exactly seeking power what I was just trying to get to. I don't think you understand, but I can say it again later. Like the people that play 21 keys are not in the target audience of why I'm making everything here, okay? So they are considered like 0.0. That's like, okay, that's like, imagine Wolf of the Wall Street going to a financial lecture in like some kind of university. You know, like those people don't need that. Those people just have a different approach on the game. No, it's okay, brother. No, I can completely see. I think if you want to make a tier list for like only 21 keys and like top rank 1 keys, you probably don't need to have A+ tier, A tier, B, C in there. Like on those key levels, it's only S tier that matters. You know, think about that. It's like only 3 DPSers, 1 tank, 1 healer, nothing else gets to be inside. Yeah, pretty much you got like meta comp and the rest. Yeah, pretty much. So to roll back the line, the reason why I didn't place Shadow Priest anywhere is because there are substantial bugs that surround Shadow Priest, most notably the Void Torrent bug, which makes it very difficult to measure their true output. You know, once that gets to be fixed, I will do so. Anyway, guys, listen up. Let's finish the tier list. We have 5 minutes. There's one more spec placed in an A+ tier. There is one spec placed in a Dark Horse. And there's a few specs placed in S tier. Chat, let me ask you a question. Which spec goes to the Dark Horse? Chat, which spec is the Dark Horse? Think about that, boys. Look at the DPS specs. Look at them. We've got Destro. We've got Arcane. We got Frostmage, Death, and Oak. Which of those specs belongs to the Dark Horse? And I'll tell you right now. For the people that have been paying attention, the dark horse right now is most definitely augmentation. And I know you guys hate to know this, but I consider augmentation as one of the best DPSers right now. And the only reason why I'm putting Oak on a dark horse is because this pick becomes infinitely better on high level keys and perfect stats, which makes me believe on the extreme high end level keys or rank 1 keys title in between that, Oak is gonna become, at least currently fundamentally design wise, one of the best. I'm really looking forward to see that at the end of the season if the augmentation does not get changed, because there's still 2 months of tuning. Things can change for them, but right now as it stands, augmentation does, like, imagine augmentation in Dragonflight. It's something like that. Majority of your damage comes from buffing others compared to personal damage. Like in the War Within, they've tried to shift buffing other players towards personal damage. That didn't work out. They scrapped it, and now they're getting back to like giving damage to other players with duplicate Apex talents, which I believe ought to be one of the best. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it, bro. That's about it, chat. That's about it. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. 2 more specs left to rank. 2 of them are placed in an S tier, and 2 of them are placed in an A+ tier, chat. So now we have a tie. 2 specs placed in an A+, and 2 specs are placed in an S tier. Let's begin with A+ tier, chat. Which spec goes to the A+ tier? Which one of those 4? What do you guys think? I'm just gonna say this. You will be left a bit disappointed when it comes down to which specs are going to the S tier. It's not what you think, okay? It is not what you think. Alright. Going forward. Right next to Survival Hunter. Which spec goes there? Right next to Survival Hunter, chat. Well, you guys guessed this one. It is gonna be Destruction Warlock. Destruction Warlock, in my opinion, is the best lock spec right now in the game. However, I'ma say this. Once they fix Demonology, I think Demo is likely gonna become the next, right next to Destrolock. Once they fix Demo. Now, there's several reasons why I consider Destro to be A+ tier, and one of the best, if not the best, A+ tier performer. First of all, the Chaos Bolt build, which pretty much does not cast Rain of Fire, is likely the most fun build they've had in years. Okay? Second, your consistent damage on Destro is amazing. Now, partially because of your, I guess, way to do damage, it comes from your Apex talents, which in my opinion is the wrong approach of Destro, because it complicates to the point where your single target is actually not amazing, but your AoE is getting great. So the way to fix this is to get the power away from the Apex talent and give you more raw power to your Chaos Bolt or Rain of Fire. This way, the damage stays the same, but you are the only person that actually dictate the damage you do, instead of having RNG proc damage, which makes your single target and prior damage a lot better. So it's actually a double win. If they do this for Destro, I think it's game over. This spec might become S tier. But for now speaking, I'll leave it to A+ tier. Okay? On the contrary to what I just said, Frost Mage is currently the best, most overpowered spec that exists on beta. I think I've never seen more dominant spec so far that late into beta, and they haven't really nerfed it. And I think partially because of that is your single target. Frost Mage ST is not the best. Quite contrary, maybe above average. But your sustained AoE damage and burst damage is just incredible. I think for the most part, nobody was guessing whether Mage is gonna end up being S tier. I think people were like, which Mage will be S tier? And right now, Frost Mage is the only candidate that I can put with both hands and be like, that shit definitely S tier. So Mage is definitely S tier. And if there's only one thing that I could say, actually, listen up. Listen up. Listen up. I'll say this. Because your single target is not insane, there might be quite a large precedent of Frost Mage not being nerfed. So that's what I would say. Because your ST is not insane, you might not get nerfed. Although you should probably expect some changes because your Ice Lance and ignoring Ice Lance, for example, playstyle is pretty degenerate, which makes me believe they're gonna buff it probably, so they're gonna change a bit. But yeah, Frost Mage is crazy good right now, like from every single point of view. All right, chat. One last question before I stop the tier list. One last question. Which DPS is actually better? Which goes right next to Frost Mage? Devastation or Arcane Mage? What's better, chat? Is Dev better than Arcane? Or is Arcane actually getting the cake? Well, you guys seem to be very confident. Everybody's saying Devastation. Wow. Not a single other person says Arcane to be better. You know what, guys? You know what? You're right. Definitely right. This is the very first time that I believe Devastation is so good that you are in S tier, which is very rare. So cherish the moment until you have it. Devastation Evoker is the next S tier spec right next to Frost Mage. There's several reasons why I believe that to be the case. First, burst damage, one of the best, if not the best. Funnel damage, there is nobody that comes close to Death Evoker proud damage. And due to a bug, well, a lot of people say it's not a bug. I still think it's a bug. Your Consume Flame is a spell that should do overall AoE damage, not a proud target damage. But I would like you to clip this. Clip this for every single Death Evoker player. If they confirm Consume the Flame is not a bug and is the way that it's supposed to work, Devastation might end up being the meta spec Mythic Plus. And I say this with both hands, because that will make your proud target damage not only the best in a game, but the best in a game by a huge planet. That means you can delete bosses in a matter of like a minute shorter, a minute less time, which will make the key significantly easier. Hence why I believe Death will likely be, that Consume Flame will likely get fixed. But if it doesn't, Death will be the S tier spec, 100%. And yeah, last thing, Arcane goes to the Dark Horse as well. I think Arcane does one of the best, if not the best, single target in a game, but the sustained damage in AoE packs is not enough to be S tier anymore. Also, on the pre-patch, Arcane is getting slight nerf, which will probably translate to better later. I think damage profile is still insane. I think you will end up playing Arcane in some keys because of your strong ST/power damage in funnel, but in the grand scheme, Frost is just better everywhere right now. That's it, chat. That is the tier list update. This is the 11th of January. If you like to clip it, take a screenshot, do so. Hope to have some changes next week so we can update it for Sunday. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And any feedback, you're welcome to type in the chat or on Discord. I'm willing to listen. So go ahead. Anything you guys want to tell me as a feedback, I'm here to listen. Do you agree? Do you disagree? And what could you do better to make this tier list better? Go on. Go on, chat. Go on. Do I think Rogue will ever get a chance? Chance where? What does the Dark Horse mean? Well, I showed you already. Dust isn't sure is not that I haven't tested them, it's because they have significant bugs or bugs to the point where I don't think it's relevant for me to rank them. I still discussed them and I still told you where I believe they will end up being, but until those major bugs get to be resolved, they will not be placed anywhere so far. No, you can roll back the vote, Mikey. Like all of my votes are stored on YouTube and on Twitch. You can roll back the vote and listen to it. Okay, so hear me out. I will type this also. Okay, so if you have missed the whole tier list, I'm gonna upload the highlights on YouTube. Frost Decay, I could be 100% wrong on Frost Decay because I did not test the Rider Frost Decay build. Okay, and I could be 100% wrong on Frost Decay. I need more time to research. This is one of the specs that I'm not 100% confident. Okay. I will update you guys once I get more experience on Frost Decay. Because so far I've only played Deadbringer. I believe I tried Riders at the beginning, didn't like it at all. Yeah, maybe you're right, by the way, Rat. Maybe you're right. Maybe the angle is Restoration Shaman to be A tier, Holy Paladin to be B tier, and Disc Priest to be A+. I think that might make more sense. I think Bloody Cage is average. Does Hunter have better CC? I mean, like what? AoE stop? Only one. Zimno, I agree with you. I think I even said it on stream, on a high level keys, Devourer would do definitely better. But I try to consider high level keys, low level, mid level keys. And unfortunately, on mid and low level keys, Devourer is absolute dog shit. But on high level, they actually do quite well. I agree with that. Although they still need to have quite a few changes. Can you post a screenshot to Discord? Yeah. Yeah, I can. I've posted it now. Today's highlights, YouTube video with explanation to come later tonight. It's already there, bro. Yeah, but it's still a long time until release. Don't worry about it. My take on Outlaw. Supers. Go to the YouTube channel and roll the vote back to Outlaw. I think we spoke about Outlaw for like 5-6 minutes. It was quite a long. It was quite a long conversation. A comp tier list will be done once we get close to the season. Oak, Death, and Group can be real? Nah, probably not. If Devastation ends up being the best or one of the best, you are probably not gonna see Oaks. Yeah, chat, listen up. So the expansion comes on the February. On February, chat, is when the expansion comes out. With the pre-release. If you have purchased the pre-release. If you haven't, then it comes in March the 2nd. Buff Windwalker so I can get girlfriend. You know what, dude? Shout out to you, bro. Alright, chat, I'm logging in. I'm logging into beta. I'm still gonna answer all of your questions. If you guys have any questions in regards to the tier list, shoot right away. No, my cat opened the door. Sorry. She likes to enter and do nothing. And she will open it again. Watch this. Shadow Priest is in an unsure. Yep. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Cat wants to know if Fero is S. Unfortunately for Mr. Caro, it is not. Irok, yes, partial that. By the way, can anybody come and play a Rider Throws Decay? Is there anybody in the chat that is experienced on a Rider Frost Decay so we can take a look how it plays out? Anybody? I would love to find a Rider Frost Decay. Why are we playing double mage? You dirty boys. Chat, do we play the new Chinese BM Hunter build or do we play MM Hunter? Or do we play survival? What do you guys want to see? MM, new BM, survival, BM, MM. Okay, so more people voting MM. Okay. Let's take a look which key we're gonna do. We can do MM. Ericos doesn't really matter. Here you go. See that? Door is open again. Chichi. And look at why the door is open. Look at that. Look at that. Who is here? Come on, baby. Oh. The good Chichi's here. She's 8.1 kilograms, by the way. 8.1 kilograms. But she's quite tall though. 71 centimeters from top to end. Bro. So I delivered this cat yesterday to the vet. Bro, this cat went so ferocious on a dog, she started to hiss and meow, that there was a dog that shot its pants. Like the dog went to the corner and started to squint like a little bitch. That's what's up, dude. This is the ultimate alpha cat. Bro. Like, that cat was so alpha, the vet told me to hold her because she was afraid of her, bro. This motherfucker is ferocious, bro. So you don't want to fuck with this cat. For real. You don't want to fuck with this cat, bro. That's a pure muscle. That is a muscle, bro. Prime American beef. That's what's up, dude. God, this one berserk. Bro, this guy's crazy. Cat is antisocial as fuck. She's hunting birds all the time. I don't know if that's antisocial, bro. Yeah, Ruby, she did actually. She did. My cat is better and plus than Lefero, probably. Alright, chat, you requested MM, we play MM. You requested MM, we deliver. Talons. No, this is not the Chinese build. The Chinese build is only MM. Right now, this is... Sorry, the Chinese build is only BM Hunter. This is right now MM. Yo, Biel. Is the mage getting a PI? Probably. This is the Bulgarian build. This build is the ultimate sleeper build. The ultimate sleeper build. Okay, I have cooldowns now. What do you wanna do, bro? Nah. I expected a bit more mobs. But that will do. Update was done, yes. I will upload the highlight later on YouTube as a video. You can roll back the vote alternatively if you like to. Where did they found the Chinese build? You'll never guess it, bro. Where was Chinese build was found? You'll never guess. In Zambia. Gotta learn tanking, gonna practice in beta, do it, bro. What's stopping you? Making healers do damage. Apparently healers are happy that they don't do damage. So Thing is, I use my cooldowns. That's very bad though. Use my cooldowns now. And I will not have with the boss. Hello? Priest? He night elfed. Why did you night elf, bro? It's okay. I returned the favor and I fainted it. Okay, good morning, bro. Focus a bit the lady if you can. Oh, okay. This might be wipe. Or not. No, we're fine. We Gucci, boys. Hello, Mega. I am happy that you're happy about Frost, bro. I think not many players are excited about Frost. But I think that the rework of Frost Mage is safe to say incredible. It's been a W so far. Yo, go, 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 go. What is this? Poo more? Bro, poo. Bro, you griefing. 3 mobs. Ah. Not like this. Three mobs poo was the biggest grief actually. I'll never forgive you. Mickey Pow. When I think about betrayal, I think about you, bro. Never forgive, never forget. Wait, didn't you jump downstairs? Was that tripping? Bro, I swear I saw you jump downstairs. Was that tripping? I could have been, bro. If that is the case, I apologize. Kane, First Blood, they did simplify the playstyle a shit ton. Absolutely. Is that a good or bad? I'd say for the most part overall good, bro. Um, more damage. More damage forces meta of people who survive and gets pretty toxic and trick gets down to lower keys, maybe. I do not have cooldowns, boys. This is the second time that I don't have cooldowns and we lost at the start of the boss. This is no bueno. Yo, this unholy decay is cooking us. Who is getting the PI? Probably decay. Because they're friends with the priest. The decay build should be a standard build. I can check for you if you remind me. It's only one standard, dude. How is starting a health bar toxic? What? I don't think I understand. What you trying to say, brother? Mi hable pequito español. Bro, let me cast. Did I miss the new tier list? You did. But don't worry, the highlights will be uploaded later on YouTube channel. You'll be fine, bro. Hmm. Cooldowns in 15. Can I get a proc again? Cheeky proc again? Okay, you should chain now. There you go. Bullseye. Fucking bullseye. That's what I was hoping for him to chain there. Perfectly timed cooldowns, lads. Videos like that are coming next week, Seek. Okay, this time around I'm gonna have cooldowns for the boss. I'm gonna have cooldowns for the boss on the opener, which is actually pretty good. But we still miss a count. Miss one mob. Uh, let me take the first one, by the way. Trust, let me take the first one. I think I can try to disengage. Okay, close enough. I can turn to the next one. What the fuck? Why are they being spread like that? Hunter looks fun. No. Hunter is definitely not fun, bro. You are mistaken. Elisha on the Farseer is fun. The Stormbringer is not fun. Uh, what about percentage? Or later? I'm gonna main Elisha regardless. Correct. Yes, I will. I will swap off Ellie if Ellie becomes very bad midway through the patch. Or I guess in the first couple weeks. What do you guys argue for the past 20 minutes in the chat? Ma, what is the argument about? LHM on target swapping is still a thing in midnight in AoE, only if you play Stormbringer. What the fuck? This didn't give percentage. Fucking kidding me, bro. It's a healthy debate, okay. Some of the dungeons feel amazing to play. We already updated Tierlist on stream. The highlights will be pushed later on Discord. Sorry, on Ice Events and on YouTube. By tonight, should be available on all of the social medias. By tonight. Ooh. Hmm. Where is this boss gonna jump? Why is the priest die on cooldown? Mr. Priest? Alright, boys. So, that was the main hunter. Although, this DK actually was getting PI all the time. And I guarantee you, if the priest PI'd me, I could have had like probably 10% more damage. Minimum. Because that's measured cooldowns, plus trinket, plus PI. I would have deleted all everything. We already rated tanks and healers too. We did, my brother. Is the sentence for Elemental Shaman still 3 cooldown? Yes. Yes, it is. Doing high keys and I do damage. I don't understand what he's saying. Just don't agree with the game should be like that. Oh, I got you. Alright, guys. No problem. All good. Why is Elemental cooldown 3 minutes? Well, that is a very good question to ask. I don't know. Well, you could make it 2 minutes if you use a talent, but the base one is 3 minutes. Yeah, we've given a shit ton of feedback, but I don't think that mattered, bro. For the most part, it didn't matter. Because, yeah. I mean, they haven't changed it. And it's the only spec in the game that has 3 minutes cooldown on its major cooldowns, which is quite funny. Everybody else has been getting changes. If we look amongst you bad, I haven't kept up with the news for a few months now. Yep. TLDR, yes. TLDR, yup. Is the Aura Talon Note still giving 20% haste in 3 seconds increase to Ascendance? Correct. Correct, my brother, correct. Remember in BFA my heals were crazy low. Are they gonna change it at all? Which key? This key again? Which key do they wanna go though? If I wanna go this key again, I might be pass. Cause this key, I don't know. It does not rub me the right way. I'll tell you that much. So much listening to feedback. Well, but it's not over. There's still what if you damn, you know. Chat, do you wanna see BMO Survival Hunter? Let's see what chat wants. Yeah, I don't mind showing both actually. BM Chinese, but alright, boys. Spoken about it. We're going for it. Spoke about it, we go for it, dude. Who am I to say no to that, huh? Who am I to say no? I'm nobody. Can I find slightly higher key than 15? That would be amazing to try it out there. Let me just be back a minute. Be back and hopefully find higher keys than 15 to try it there. I'm back. Only bad damage. Does spam kills both in AoE? Of course. Always kills both. Nothing else. Chat. Michael, it's an add-on that I'm using. It's called damage meter formatting. The add-on for the damage meter. What the hell? Where are the guys, bro? Ah. There you go. Let me try that. I'm playing Beer Hunter, bro. Trust. Trust. Do I play with a double passive trinket? Or do I play with puzzle box? Nah, I think double passive trinket. Probably. With a plume. I guess we gotta go Skyledge. Fuck. Fuck it, whatever. Whatever. I'm ready to go. A random question: did you try red powder on stream? It's not random at all, and I did try on stream, of course. Not impressed by the damage. Neither about the damage profile. My opinion, not doing that great. Show talents. This is the Chinese build though. The China build. Is it gonna be good? Is it gonna be bad? We're gonna find out soon enough. Maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe yes, maybe no. Hop. Put some blanket on top. Alright, boys. Got even a food buff. What the hell is this guy doing? I did not expect that big of a poo. Oh, I forgot to reset my damage meter. Fuck. You do have some burst. But for the most part, it's flat, yes. Why is our Destrolock not doing good damage though? What build is he playing? What you playing, bro? Is it okay to ask Tierlist, of course? Balamir, of course I do. We already did so. Oh, my pet is dead during burst. 10 seconds to cooldowns. Whenever you feel comfy, you can always change this. Exactly, bro. This is exactly what I was hoping for. Black Arrow not good in midnight? Nah, trash. Trash. I think you completely ignore Reno Fire disregarding the amount of mobs you're playing against. Personally, that's what I've been doing. Yeah, that's what I've been doing, bro.
Only the
But again,
strongest survive.
I could be totally off on that one. If you go 10 plus mobs or something, it's worth using. Nah. Nah. I haven't. Even in on a first pool of like academy, you know, like 30 mobs, I still use chaos bolts because your hero talents doing your AoE damage for you and apex talents. But then again, I could be wrong with that one. I need to double check myself, you know.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Why is our tank dying? No idea. But play Paladin, Bloody K, sure. Go for it, bro. I couldn't test as much because people left, but look at my pet damage and my barb shutdown. All better, no? If anybody has the new Frost Decay build, you can link it so I can take a look. BM that low on a tier list? What do you mean? BM is the top of the A tier. I don't think that is that low, you know. If I play Rocket TPC and then play the healers all the time, want to start playing Rio melee, what melee class do you recommend me to start with? Exclamation mark pre-patch. Nonsense. In which video, brother? Does anybody have the new Ferozeke build that people are talking about? I would really love to give it a try. Let me check what you linked me, brother. What did you link? Okay. So you are sure that build is blasting? Is that it? Let me check. Okay, so he plays a Rider of the Apocalypse. Okay. Let me check. He's playing Horse. You're playing the Scythe. You're playing a Feast of Soul, actually. Okay. Exclamation mark pre-patch. Nonsense. Exclamation mark pre-patch. Type it in a chat, and that's gonna answer your question. Okay, so you don't play Obliteration. Oh no, you do play Obliteration. You just don't play Killing Spree. Killing Streak. Okay. You do not play Long Winter. You don't play Icy Dead Torrent. But you play Shattering Blade, Frostbane. What else do you play, bro? You don't Gathering Storm. What? Let me check. Just to make sure. Aha, you don't play Murderous Efficiency. And instead you play Icy Onslaught. So this is the new build. Is that it? This is the new Frost Decay build. Okay. Because you're playing... Do you play double one-hander in that case? And what enchants do you play? Let me check. Is he playing double one? Yeah, he's playing double one-hander. Razor Rise and Fallen Crusader. Okay, 1 second, bro. This is for Unholy. Okay. Now, do I have double one-hander? I don't. No, I do. I have them enchanted Fallen Crusader and Razor Rise. Is Fallen Crusader on main or offhand? Razor on main hand. Fallen Crusader offhand. Okay. Good. What kind of trinket is he playing? He's playing Puzzle Box. Oh my god. Wait, why Puzzle Box though? That makes no sense. Because your major cooldown is 1.5 minutes, no? Why Puzzle Box? Midnight releasing end of February. What is the idea behind Puzzle Box? Crit Mastery probably going. Pillar of Frost. Yes. We check. This one looks to be the best on Warcraft logs. 1 second. Let me check. Alright, Rider of the Apocalypse. I think this is the same build, bro. Let me check again. Yeah, I think this is the same build. Oh no, it's not the same build. Never mind. Wait, this plays without Britus and Dragosa. Wait, are you sure about that one? With no bread, no Hyperxia. Instead play Frostbane. Huh. Is that what people play? Are you sure about that one? Without bread, I feel like you're You play Killing Streak? Got you. You don't play... One second, Freco. Let me check. Is that with... So this is the build. Okay, got you. So this is Frost Rider with bread. What about without bread though? I mean, then you measure cooldowns without bread might be a little bit sussy. Then what do you have? Nothing. You just have Pillar of Frost. Yeah, we already did a tier list. I mean, we can try both. Okay, let me try. Right now on Discord, but I'm gonna upload the YouTube highlights very soon. Not yet on YouTube. Very soon on YouTube though. Not yet. Okay, let me give it a try once again. So none of this. You don't play North Winds. What do you play instead, bro? Wait, that cannot be it. Ah, you play Everfrost. Okay. Now you just play that. Is that it? Oh, you do not play... You don't play Icebreaker either. And instead you play this. So this is... Update happened. Yes, the update is on Discord. I will make the highlights on YouTube very soon. This is the no bread rider build. Okay. Okay. So I need to test both builds. I'm gonna test the no bread rider build, and then we're gonna test the bread Cinderosa build as well as riders. Sorry to ask. Why Rider of the Apocalypse over Deathbringer? Like, what is the argument here? Because they didn't get any changes. You already only return the dragon for your mini burst since dragon will summon 4 horsemen. Aha. Aha. Okay. What happened? Alright, boys. I'm gonna test this build tomorrow. Unfortunately, I don't have time to play more. Because time running out, you know. I need to go to the gym, then I have to go to the mall, etc. So I'll come back tomorrow, and that's gonna be the first thing we're gonna test in the morning. We're gonna test Frost Decay as a Rider's build with Bread Cinderegosa and without. So it was a good stream today. But I'll be back tomorrow, guys, okay? Take care of yourself. Have a good one, and see you tomorrow morning. Bye for now.